teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que quería sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente.
Welcome to the May 20th, 2025 Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:01, and I invite the clerk to conduct the roll call.
Supervisor Klein?
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Norvell?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Okay, and I'm going to invite Margaret Black from Rotary Mendocino to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, stand one nation, indivisible.
Okay, and I'd like to start the meeting off with a recognition of the passing of three-term Supervisor Johnny Penches. So I'd like to take a moment of silence in recognition of his passing. Okay, thank you. Okay, and we'll move on to item number 2, which is public expression. Anyone from the public for items not on the agenda?
Teresa McNerlin. In this era of political motivated hate and extremism, this board has brought together Republicans, Democrats, and Independents alike to agree on an issue. The Mendocino County Democrat Central Committee, the Republican Central Committee, and the Farm Bureau have all voted and signed a letter or resolution expressing their support for a separate department for the Auditor-Controller and the tax collector. And to date, you have ignored the will of your constituents. I had a conversation with one board member, and she said she was concerned about how separating the offices would make the staff feel, going back and forth from 2 offices to 1 office, back to 2. I haven't heard of a single employee, other than the CEO, that wanted one big fat consolidated department. In fact, I know that longtime county employees quit their jobs in protest of this decision. And if you're concerned about feelings, did you ask any of the hundreds of employees that aren't in the DA's office how they felt about county-funded steak dinner training parties for the DA employees only? Oh, and their interns. Oh, and their plus ones. But I digress. It's about time that you start addressing the concerns of your constituents and put the separation of these 2 departments on the agenda. Maybe show us some cost savings analysis or other justification for this decision. Because the optics are that 3 of you voted to consolidate those 2 departments for the sole purpose of ousting our elected auditor-controller by giving her the title of treasurer. You let the DA and the CEO lead you down a path of egos, false allegations, half-ass investigations, and perjury. And what did that get you? In the Army, we would say you created a Charlie Foxtrot, a situation foobar, a snafu. A leader can recognize a snafu, acknowledge their mistakes or responsibility, accept accountability, and make a course correction. Undoubtedly, this takes character, integrity, moral fortitude, bravery, and a bit of humility. All traits of a leader. When it comes to decisions this board is making regarding the Auditor-Controller, it truly feels like the majority of you are not being leaders. Think for a minute, who gave you the advice that got you into this Charlie Foxtrot in the first place? The cockamamie consolidation of departments, the fabricated felony charges against the auditor, recklessly removing her from office, and the unjustified and unwarranted suspension of her salary and benefits, which you have not fixed yet. Who convinced you of these great ideas? Now, will you be a leader or will you continue to be a follower, manipulated, persuaded, and influenced by the very people whose advice helped create this Charlie Foxtrot? People that are now only concerned about covering their own asses and billable hours.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks, gratitude and appreciation always. We've been at warfare. I know I have been. Physically, emotionally, intimidated, threatened, and attacked. I don't think there's anybody in this room that hasn't felt that recently. So my gratitude and appreciation is for all the people that back me up. When I get into a situation, I walk into it on my own. I stand on my words. And sometimes I overreact. I know I did last time. I'm trying to be calmer about it this time. So all those people in the background, don't worry. I didn't expect you to be there. And I appreciate that you came and accepted my apology and let me back around you. My therapist, I do get a lot of therapy, and there's good reason for it. I mean, at this age, you can kind of look at me and tell I've been down the road. And the therapist told me, and I can look in the mirror and see, you step up on me, there's something wrong with your mind. You need to go get my kind of help. So I'll move on to Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Our meeting's next week. There was an event in the park about 2 weeks ago that I just happened into because I'm in that area. And it was an awesome event. I have folder filled with information from all of these people that we paid tons of money for that show up at our meetings and tell us that we're doing great. So all the people that tell us we're not doing great, the meeting's next week. Please show up. You can tell these people directly to their face. In fact, 2 of them are sitting behind me right now. We do not hide. I was out at the VFW doing my job for the first time, getting pretty good at it. Mark Donegan, Behavioral Health Advisory Board, you're a vet representative. So, yeah, that's what we're supposed to be doing, and we are doing that. And so this event was put on by the tribes, and they are so far ahead of us. They have everything. And just so everyone in this county knows, anything that's tribal is open to everyone. Doesn't matter what color you are. So we have, despite what's going on right now up in the north, a very wonderful county. Just like when I was up in Shasta County, where there's death, there's life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Margaret Black. I wanted to thank you, Chairman, Board of Supervisors, and announce that thank you, Ted Williams is going to be speaking at our Mendocino Rotary Club this Thursday at 12 noon. And so I just wanted to make that announcement and invite everybody here and online. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
All right, seeing no one else in the chambers? Any online? Okay.
Hopefully, good morning, supervisors. My name's Kevin Radley. We've been here before. Essentially, we're addressing the issue of fixing Little River Airport Road. Hopefully you've seen this graphic. We also sent a PDF that basically to every supervisor addressing the conditions of the road, which we hopefully was pretty clear. Hopefully you took a look at it. And it states the conditions, the size of the road, the places where it needs most repair, and onward. And but probably the most important thing that we did by setting up our website was to construct a place where people could engage through signing up online petition, which we did both hard copy petitions and we also did online petitions, and covering both districts of District 5 and District 6. And it was amazing how much support we got. Over 900 signatures. But probably the most important thing that we received out of that was not only support, but it was also sort of the stories that where people could leave stories about their driving along the road and the conditions they face and some of the things that concern them most. That was probably the most important part of it, and we were the most proud of to get. Because from those stories, hopefully helps to create a composite, if you will, to policy, to be able to take into serious consideration of what the road means, not only to the residents, but to the community, and frankly to the county, because there's other letters that we could forward you that would also describe that situation, where like the airport, the fire department, ambulance services are all connected by the to the county through those services. So anyways, if you could, that would be great. We would love to hear any input that you may have. We're looking forward, hopefully, for some sort of support. We're amendable. We'll compromise where we can, and hopefully you can give us more support down the road. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure seeing your faces more than once.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah.
without getting into a discussion, because this is public expression, I think these comments will keep coming, and I appreciate it that it keeps coming. I think it's highlighting a structural problem we have. I look at my colleagues and realize you got 4 people sitting next to me who want to say yes to fixing all the roads. County doesn't have the money. This discussion needs to carry forward to in the form of a request to the state that half of our roads cannot be maintained on the 20-year plan. We simply don't have enough local funding to address our road network. So I think that people are right. I don't want to drop the ball and do nothing with the pleas to begin addressing the roads. I know they're speaking for their road, but I think it applies to just about every other road in the county. Chair, maybe you could give some advice on, should this be a DOT presentation about the reality of where we are with roads? Should we set up an ad hoc to work with our state reps? Where could we take it where there could be an opportunity for a meaningful discussion about an actual remedy? Because I don't want a dynamic where the public is looking at this board thinking that we're not following through on what's important to the people. I think the intent is to follow through. It's that we actually don't have the money.
Well, Supervisor Klein and I are on MCOG, and MCOG deals with the transportation issues in the county. And so right now they're doing a survey of what the people will tolerate for as far as the tax, increase, because every jurisdiction, incorporated city in the county, has a tax for their roads, and the county doesn't. So anyway, that's a first step, I think. And if you could go to MCOG and make your voices heard there too, I think that would be beneficial. MCOG is the Mendocino Council of Governments, and they meet the first Monday of the month at 1:30, right here in the chambers. And you can Zoom it too.
On?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Vicki Whittagartner, and I'm with the Citizens to Repair Little River Airport Road. I don't want to talk specifically about our road today. I'd like to make some comments about priorities. Our group has been following these board meetings for several months, and of course we understand there's an extremely serious budget deficit. We also understand that you're working with a huge amount of money, and that's our money, over which you have discretion to move some funds. One of the factors that determines where this money is moved is priorities. From the public comments at board meetings and from our experience as an advocacy group, it's clear that the roads are a top priority for the people you represent throughout the 5 districts. Citizens to Repair Little River Airport Road has a website, and we've done several petition drives. Even with this limited outreach, it is clearly shown that our poor road conditions are troubling to Mendocino residents. These are the petitions that we've gathered, and here's what they tell us. We have up to 900 signatures now, and that's, limited number of outreach. We're old people, we can only do so much. The entire population of Little River is less than 200 people. So, doing the math there, this says to me that road conditions are a priority beyond the boundaries of a small advocacy project. These petitions, or this petition that we did, is to fix a road in District 5, but more than a quarter of these signatures are from District 4. Road conditions are such a priority for your constituents that they endorse improvements out of their own area. These signers know that roads represent more than just a way to get home, get to work, get to shopping. As with the Little River Airport Road, as my colleague said, transportation routes for emergency vehicles, conduit for a regionally important airport in terms of our road, critical evacuation routes. These signers know that safe roads are a priority. And these petitions represent people who are aware that a disaster may occur if roads are not adequately repaired. This was tragically clear during the listening session last month when a South County resident talked about the 2 girls that were killed in Walala on a poorly maintained road. Our petition signers have shared countless harrowing stories, and their stories could have ended like this tragedy. How could road safety not be a top priority? And of course, we understand that you have many, many, many competing interests when you decide which services get funded. So please keep in mind that your constituents are making it very clear that roads should be a very high item on your priority list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any online comments?
We have one online, Sheila Klopper.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know how to show my picture, but I have spoken before you last time and the first time with just Supervisors Williams and Norvell, and I appreciate all that you are doing. But I have a couple of comments to make, especially in regards to Little River Airport Road. I'm on the board of directors for the Woods, where we have the 109 homes and 150 or 60 people that are all over 55. Many of us here are in our 70s, 80s, and some in the 90s who still drive. And as an EMT for the fire department, it's the Woods where I primarily respond. And I can't tell you the number of people that when I have responded that don't want to go in the ambulance. And in part, it has to do with the ride in the ambulance and the holes, potholes, and what have you in the roads. And it scares the old people. That's one issue. And the other one is, and this is strictly hearsay, and I apologize if I am inaccurate, but my understanding is that a member of the board came over and drove Little River Airport Road and made the comment that it wasn't too bad. I would ask whoever that person is, are you up in your 70s and 80s and trying to drive that road with the ditches that are on both sides of the road? And I feel that you should consider things like that and not just arbitrarily say, well, it's fine for you, but that doesn't mean it's fine for the rest of us that are considerably older. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Seeing none.
All right. Okay, we'll close out public expression. We'll go on to item 3, which is the consent calendar. Items 3AF, 3AI, and 3AJ have been withdrawn at the request of the departments. Okay. I haven't received any polls from any of the other supervisors on any other issues. Okay. Let's see. No comments from the board. We'll go public comment.
Hi, my name is Kim Bancroft, and I thank you so much for allowing public expression all along. It's great to hear everybody's thoughts. I thank Supervisors Mulherin and Haschak in particular for sponsoring the effort to acknowledge the important history and contributions of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer people in this county in reference to item 3F, the proclamation to fly the flag and determine June 2025 Gay Pride Month. For many varied reasons, we exist. We exist as a minority and have throughout time, if you study history and learn that fact. Like other minorities, the LGBTQ community had to struggle for its rights in the late 60s and on. No longer need we tolerate being jailed, locked up in asylums, hiding behind lies, or succumbing to suicide or even murder in the case of Matthew Shepard, who was strung up on a barbed wire fence in Wyoming and left to die. Though many LGBTQ folks still must confront prejudice and hatred, especially our trans brothers and sisters everywhere, most of us can live in relative peace here in this supportive community and county. We are teachers, medical practitioners, social workers, pastors, builders, farmers, food servers, chefs, lawyers, accountants, homemakers, artists, and maybe even supervisors in the past. We're the grandparents, parents, and children of Mendocino County, and we simply want to live in peace like everyone else. That will be easier when we know our county leaders, all of you, stand with us and behind us, unlike in other areas of this great nation where gay people still live in fear, not to mention in other parts of the world. This county to honor gay people in this way means you are also educating people around the country who will learn that you are not afraid to be our allies. In this time of pushback against the decency of justice for all minority groups in this country, you are bringing great pride and honor to Mendocino County by flying the flag and acknowledging this history. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors, CEO Office, and County Council. I'm Karen Lovato, Deputy of Operations with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, and I'd like to speak to item 3D, the May is Mental Health Month proclamation. I'd like to thank Supervisors Mulherin and Norvell for sponsoring the proclamation. May is Mental Health Month has been recognized since 1949 to raise awareness and reduce stigma for those living with mental health conditions. Behavioral Health and Recovery Services has conducted outreach and awareness-raising events through the month of May for over a decade. And this May, we have been to community events in Fort Bragg, Gualala, Leggett, Coyote Valley, and Mendocino College, and will be at additional events throughout the remainder of the month in Ukiah and Hopland. Mental health conditions can strike any demographic and any age, but most manifest before the age of 24. So during the month of May, we'd like to encourage everyone to wear lime green ribbons, and we have some for you today, and to practice mentally healthy activities. In order to seek services, individuals in the county can contact the Mental Health Access Line at 1-800-855-5906, or for those in crisis, you can call either 1-855-838-0404 or the 988 crisis line. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay.
Move approval of consent calendar, except the items that were pulled.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second for all the items except for items 3AF, 3AI, and 3AJ. Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. All right, we'll move on to item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of response of the Board of Supervisors to the Auditor-Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's request during the May 6, 2025 informational report. So I'd just like to say that this item is in response to comments made at the May 6 meeting under item 4A by Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Shamice Covison. In her comments, Ms. Covison said that she needs communication and help from former acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Sarah Pierce in order to fulfill her duties. I am bringing this item forward to be fully transparent with the board and the public. I delivered the attached letter to Ms. Covison on Tuesday, May 13th. I went over to her office, but she wasn't there. Staff looked for her, but couldn't find her. So I left the letter with staff, who placed it on her desk. I followed up with an email with the letter attached and a note saying that I would be bringing this agenda item to the board on May 20th. The county needs a fully functioning auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. This letter explains that the staff, resources, and contracts utilized by Ms. Pierce in her role as acting ACTTC are available to Ms. Covison. Ms. Pierce is available to answer questions, yet there is a process to follow since Ms. Pierce has a full list of responsibilities in the executive office. Ms. Covison has requested that Ms. Pierce be assigned to the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office to complete and sign off on state-mandated reports. In the letter, I explain how this board cannot require an employee to work for another department and that there are standard procedures to fill needed positions. Auditor controllers have not had prior auditor controllers sign off on any financial statements. Again, the staff, resources, and contracts utilized by Ms. Pierce during her 17 months as acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector are all available to Ms. Covison. During that time, the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector office completed 6 audits, financial reports, and closed the books for 3 years. So I say this all with the idea that we need this county to be fully functioning. And we want to see the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector be able to fulfill her duties. And so, there are requests for help, and I think that what we've seen so far is that Ms. Pierce has been responsive to all the requests for help, all the requests for information, whatever work that she had been doing has been shared with Ms. Covison. And so, we're committed to make sure that that communication is ongoing. There's just certain processes that we need to follow to make sure that, when a person like Ms. Pierce has a full list of responsibilities as a assistant CEO, then she can fulfill those duties too. So I'm going to turn to Ms. Pierce right now.
So good morning, Board of Supervisors, County Council Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. Over the last 17 months, I've been reluctant to speak up about my experience as the Acting Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector, because I felt it would be inappropriate to do so and will only cause further disruption. However, since this agenda item is specifically about me, I feel that now is the time to do so. I want to reiterate this was my decision and not the decision of anyone else. Over the last 4.5 years, I've worn many hats and have had few acting assignments, all of which have been accepted freely. When I was asked to step up and take on the position of Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, I knew it would be challenging and an uphill battle. I accepted the acting assignment because I felt my skill set and work ethics and values would help ensure county services continued in a time of uncertainty. The work I completed over the 17 months I was in the acting position included a reorganization of the TTC office, which included the hiring of an additional staff, hiring of 2 additional full-time staff within the auditor's office, closing 3 fiscal audits, finalizing 3 additional audits, entering years of historical data into the financial system, began working on documenting policies and procedures, and collaborated with IT and departments to utilize Munis more efficiently and effectively. These accomplishments were achieved by breaking down silos that exist between departments and special districts, engaging with contractors which have been in place since 2022, and most importantly, listening to and working alongside the staff within the ACTTC offices. As noted in the chair's response, I have stepped out of the acting position. Since I've stepped out of the acting position, I have consistently responded to all questions from the auditor's staff and continue to do so, and I am happy to continue to do so. However, at this time, with my current role as purchasing agent, acting assistant CEO, and other liaison responsibilities, it is not feasible for me to take on additional roles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I did, ask Ms. Covison to be here today to hear this discussion, so thank you for being here.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board. As you're hopefully aware, my attorney did draft a response. I was not aware we were going to have an in-depth discussion this morning. I appreciate the work that Ms. Pierce has done. I truly do. We have a good working relationship in the past, and I hope we will have a good working relationship in the future. I appreciate the work that she did. I appreciate what she has implemented. However, there is not a lot of information left back for me to understand exactly what was done and how it was done and why it was done. I'm not saying that it is incorrect or wrong. There is situations where I need to understand why. There are items that I had discussed with the previous audit team, and we had discussed implementation plans, and they were not implemented in that way. They were implemented differently, but I'm not saying that they are incorrect, but they are not what we had previously discussed. There are other situations that I have encountered that are challenging to navigate because I'm having a difficult time locating all of the relevant documents. It's possible that there may not be relevant documents, but that is a challenge that I'm still trying to overcome. I have tried to respect the direction of Ms. Antle by discussing items with my assistant treasurer tax collector, my assistant auditor-controller, the outside consulting firm, and the outside CPA firm. But as I'm sure you can understand, that means I need to speak to 5 different people before I know whether or not I should talk to Ms. Pierce. And in many cases, those people were not involved, did not actually do the work to implement that change. I have concerns about what the board has been led to believe and the public, and I don't want to go into huge detail, but I'd just like to make clear that several of those audits that were completed under Ms. Pierce had already completed their field work and drafted their draft reports while I was still in office. So I think it's a misconception to believe that Ms. Pierce completed all 6 audits while I was out of the office. I completely agree that she finished closing fiscal years and issued new financial reports. However, the State Controller's Office property tax audit was already completed with draft report issued to the Auditor's Office, as was the court revenue audit. The internal controls audit was not draft issued, but a lot of the field work had already taken place. So I'd like the public and the board to understand a lot of that work actually took place while I was still in office. I do give her credit for being the person who had to respond to the questions in the final issuance of those reports, and I appreciate that she has adequately described them as completed under her watch. I would like to provide an update to my statement back on May 6th. My assistant auditor-controller and I have met with the outside CPA firm, and we have determined that we will do our best to get them the trial balance by September 29th in order for them to start their audit work on October 6th and hopefully still meet the typical deadline of issuance of the ACFR by the end of the calendar year, along with the audit reports. That will require the cooperation and assistance of not just Ms. Pierce in the executive office, but all county departments in resolving any outstanding questions, in helping to assist in reviewing various accounts, and making sure that we can explain and support those transactions. At this time, I don't have any further information.
All right, thank you for that statement. And I'd just like to turn to Ms. Pierce again. You know, I'm hearing that there are some files that are like not available to Ms. Covison, like personal files, or...
If I may, through the chair, I have not saved any personal files on a home computer or anything like that. I want to make that very clear. I do have my OneDrive, which I was saving draft documents on, and I was trying to be very cautious about saving finalized documents on the shared drive. I'm human. I may have saved a finalized document on my personal drive, and if there's a request for documents, I'm happy to search. I know there was a request for savings bank documents, which I have pointed out that the redacted versions are saved into Cobblestone, and the unredacted versions, I believe, are on the TTC or Auditor Drive. And if we need the unredacted versions, I think we can always reach out to Savings Bank. But as I said, I have responded to every single question that's been asked, and I'm continuing and willing to do so. I just need questions asked.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
this question about processes and procedures, you're certainly willing to help out in that, you know, kind of direct them in how to do it.
If I may, through the chair, yes, if there's a specific question, I'm happy to answer any questions. I have been all along, and I get questions almost daily from the auditor's office. And once again, I'm happy to answer questions. I just need them in writing so I can prioritize my tasks.
Okay, and the relevant documents.
And any relevant documents. I tried extremely hard to save everything onto the shared drives.
Ms. Covison, will that meet your need?
I will reach out to Ms. Pierce as I find necessary, and hopefully she will be able to respond. It is often not particularly productive to be having extremely long email chains going back and forth. It would be much more time efficient if occasionally we could schedule a discussion. As you know, when you have an email discussion, it's not always interpreted, the question or the response correctly, and there's usually follow-up questions that need to take place. I don't believe that I've made any requests for, extensive amounts of her time. I do think it would be more productive to be able to occasionally schedule discussions with Ms. Pierce that are not only through email.
Okay.
We
Thank
are
you.
in a
Yeah.
unique other situation in that she is the purchasing agent, and the Auditor-Controller and the purchasing agent have always worked very closely together. In any prior experience that I've had with the purchasing agent, I have always had the ability to call them, to ask them for an urgent, immediate Teams discussion about items that relate to purchasing. That has been the normal flow for the last 2 purchasing agents that I've worked with. We've never had a situation where I need to send emails back and forth and await, there's reasons why we would discuss items more in depth when it relates to purchasing.
Yeah, certainly, and it seems like in a professional relationship, that's what needs to be done, right?
And
Okay.
I'm happy to do so. I just need to prioritize my tasks as well.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like we can have these kind of conferences or meetings when needed. Right? Okay. Any other comments from the board? All right. Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
I look forward to greater collaboration. Okay, any public comment?
I read over both letters on the agenda, and did every one of you vote in favor of that letter that he signed? How'd you vote? How did you vote on approving the letter that the chair signed to deliver to the Auditor-Controller?
That letter was a letter from the chair.
Well, it's on
behalf
board
of the
letterhead with all of their names. And there are facts in this letter that are not true. I just read both letters, and I heard both of these ladies speak. And not once did the Auditor-Controller ask for this woman to be reassigned to her. She asked for cooperation, and she asked for your board to instigate that cooperation. That is a false fact in this letter. And who on earth drafts a condescending letter like that saying, oh, if you can't do your job, let me know now? That is passive aggressive. And then you don't even call her to schedule a meeting. You just walk over and drop it on her desk. That is unprofessional. Why wouldn't you call her? Why wouldn't you call your Auditor-Controller and sit down and meet with her? And we all know what this goes back to. This goes back to the irrational decision that this board made, led by this Darcy Antle, the CEO, and the DA, and whatever crappy attorneys you had that gave you horrible advice, to take that woman and press felony charges against her, to remove her from her office, to put somebody who already had a job in her place for 17 months, to withhold all her pay and benefits. And then when it goes to court and you find out that you've made a mistake, this is what you do? You can't acknowledge you made a mistake and try to move on, try to make that woman whole, try to give her her back pay, try to have some cooperation? She's been in that office for I don't think it's irrational to have her request that the person who did her job for the last 17 months also sign off on an audit. Because what have you done to earn back the trust of the auditor? What have you done to earn back her trust? You haven't made her whole. You're requesting her lawsuit go to Marin County because what? Their per capita is 3 times higher than ours. The judgment they're going to give back is going to be 3 times higher than any judgment here. Just because of that, they're going to see the truth. Doesn't matter what county you take this to, you shine light on the truth, and the truth will come out. You need to move past this, and you need to get this whole lawsuit past you, and you need to let this county heal, and you need to let this woman do her job and that woman do her job. And I will work and walk every single precinct to make sure none of you are reelected unless you make this right. Do the right thing.
Through the chair, if I may, can I please get a clear statement of the speaker's name?
Are there any online comments?
My name is Teresa McNerlin. I'm a resident, a U.S. Army veteran, a mom and a wife.
Seeing none online.
Okay. All right, so this was informational report of this communication so that we could be totally transparent in the communications that are going on. Right? So we'll move on to
Excuse me. Sorry, Chair. I would recommend, there is a recommendation to accept the response. I would recommend taking a vote on accepting that.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I appreciate the letter and the intent behind it, but it seems like the conversation that just happened resolved a lot of these issues, and I'm not sure that we still need the letter. Maybe the letter sparked the conversation that we had here today, and that's great. But we've heard from Ms. Pierce that she's answered every question. She's willing to answer every question that continues to come. It seemed as if Ms. Covison was fine with that process. She did ask for more, perhaps in person or Teams conversation, which is fine. But I just don't know if this letter still carries any weight for me.
Right, any further comments from the board? Yes, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Norvell pointing that out, and interested in hearing from my other colleagues if they feel that this needs to be a letter that's now part of our record, if we need to accept that, or if that can simply be a letter that the chair had penned and it did spark the conversation here today.
Is that a question for County Council? Or
No, it's a question for my colleagues.
okay. Right. Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you, Chair. I think this has been a really challenging process to have to move through because of some litigation that we're dealing with. I think that the goal of the board, the goal of the executive office, the goal of the Auditor-Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's office is to serve what's in the best interest of the residents of Mendocino County. If my colleagues don't feel a vote is necessary to approve the letter, then I would just simply thank the chair for his service in following through with a response based on the item that came forward at the May 6th meeting, and then we can move on.
Okay. Are we all right with that? Okay. Then we'll move on. County Council, is that appropriate?
The board does not have to move approval. I just was pointing out the normal process on as we take on most items, but absolutely it's fine to take no action and proceed.
Okay. Then we will move on to item 4B. Discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Right.
Good morning. Katrina Bartlemy, assessor, county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters. I have a short report today and on a happier note here. We are working on closing the roll. Our appraisers are completing as many tasks as possible to get all the new values on the roll. Once the tax roll is closed, we will be sending out Williamson Act compliance surveys to all Williamson Act landowners and the tree and vine planting to all of those property owners that have orchards and vines and reportable income on that. We are down an appraiser. We're dividing up that area so we can get as many change in ownerships done, transfer splits, whatever we need to do. So more of our experienced appraisers will be doing that. So it'll be good for them to be in a different area, and they're looking forward to that. Supplemental notices. We recently, in fact, last Friday, we sent out 404 supplemental notices. We hadn't done it for a while because we were working on the Williamson Act project. But that is bringing on $32.7 million in assessed value. It's not prorated, it's the assessed value. In our clerk recorder elections, actually our elections division, we have implemented SB 1131 that established a confidential program for qualified election workers who have had experience with life-threatening circumstances related to their affiliation with the election work. We have developed an application for those qualified workers and will include this in our election worker meetings in the future. The qualified workers would be granted confidentiality, so they would be considered a confidential voter for up to 2 years, and they can reapply after that if they still feel there may have been a life-threatening circumstance. I do have good work. A good note on this, we've never had this. I don't think we ever will, but it's something that the Secretary of State recommended that we all implement. So with that, I don't have anything else to report. Do you have any questions?
Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bartolome, for coming and sharing this information. You said about 400 supplemental notices had been sent out, and are we anticipating that this is an ongoing issue? So are we expecting additional supplemental notices to continue to go out?
Yes, we've been on task to do that once a month. There are certain months that we don't do it because the tax bills are going out, and it would just be overwhelming for all of us, including the tax collector. So there are certain months that we don't, and then, we keep doing them, but we just don't certify them and send them on to the next process. So yeah, the guys are, the men and women that work for us are hard at work, and they take their jobs very seriously.
And do we have any estimation of how much longer we'll be working on this project to catch up with supplemental notices?
We will work on it forever. There will always be every deed that has a change in ownership, every property owner that wants to adjust their boundary line, if there's a split between parcels or a split between owners' parcels, this will constantly, and new construction. So any new construction is also assessed at fair market value, current fair market value.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I get some of the backlash as a county supervisor on why is a bill showing up for money I owed in the past and it's due immediately. And I've been in this situation myself, and I felt, well, government's giving me a 0% loan. That's a pretty good day. But I knew what I would eventually owe, so it wasn't a surprise. I'm finding there are people who don't seem to know any real sense of the amount that'll be due a year, 2 years, maybe 4 years out. Is there a way the county could get ahead of that and give people the formula and some way to calculate it on their own so that they're not surprised when the bill arrives?
That's a possibility. I do have to say that I have spoke to many realtors in our area, in our county, I should say, and the title companies in our county, and they all swear on a Bible that they tell the property owners this. But there's so much paperwork and there's so much information that goes out that, that's hard. But as you were saying that, I was thinking, because, we send out a statement to, to make sure that their address is correct. So, maybe we could put something. I'll talk to my team and see what they think about that. And maybe, we also have people calling us 3 days after they, they sign their papers wanting to know where their supplemental is. So, and it's a process. We have to go by state guidelines and everything else. So, but we'll look into that. That's a good idea. Okay.
And I was also asked about if a person gets the Williamson Act back to 2021, those supplementals or adjustments, that could they have a payment plan? And I guess that's something for the treasurer tax collector.
Yes, but they should
Yeah.
call the treasurer tax collector's office and see if that's available to them.
Yeah, that's what I told them to do.
Yeah, yeah, that's what we tell people to.
Okay, very good. Well,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Steve Dunnicliffe here today on behalf of CEO Antold, just to give an update on the operations of Air Quality Management District. Staffing levels remain low at the district overall. We do have air pollution control officer candidates being processed through the HR system right now. And we've got an executive recruiting firm on standby in case we need to escalate our recruitment efforts. Staff from the county are continuing to provide pretty extensive levels of support for the district during this transitional period. This includes executive office, IT, purchasing, facilities. And district staff are also continuing to settle into their new office location at 1100 A Hastings. And as your board will recall, the district moved twice, and essentially the move process stopped before it was complete. And so that process is continuing, getting staff settled in. Work is continuing on the district's late billings. I believe I'd provided an update to your board previously that 2023 was not completed. That is still being worked on, and ultimately 2024 will need to begin here really quickly. We've been talking with information technology about ways to try to streamline the data collection process for the 2024 billing. Right now, it relies on papers being sent out that are then handwritten on and sent back in, and we're trying to come up with a way to utilize the website or electronic forms to make that a little bit more efficient. The district website is being updated at this time. It was never migrated over to the county's current MendocinoCounty.gov server, so it was at risk of sort of a server collapse where it was. The website is being standardized to look a little bit more consistent with the county page, and ensure that current information is available online. We anticipate it's going to be a work in progress. I know that the websites are always take a lot of effort to keep current, but we do anticipate having an improved version of the web page available within a week. Permits remain backlogged, and staff are looking for contract assistance to address that workload. Right now, we've got a mutual aid agreement that has been in place for some time between the district and neighboring districts. And the North Coast Unified Air District is processing the permit for the new jail generator that had been delayed. So getting some movement there, but we certainly need to get more resources for a lot more movement. And then finally, wanted to make your board aware that state law requires the Air District to annually prepare an air toxics hotspots report. The goal of the regulation from the state is to quantify health risks associated with permitted facilities and ultimately to reduce exposure to toxic air contaminants. A contract will be brought to your board at the next meeting on June 3rd for assistance with completing the report. And beginning in June, the district will be ensuring 2023 throughput data is available for all permitted facilities. And this is going to include outreach to regulated businesses. And the throughput data is, it can be gallons of gasoline sold in a period for a gas station, the amount of paint that was utilized for a paint booth. And throughput data is historically been collected for the billing process, but we're going to be using it and trying to prioritize collection of this now for the toxic hotspots report. And the contractor will be beginning that process with the 25 most complex facilities that'll be the most time consuming, and then finishing that up with all regulated facilities. If any of the high priority facilities receive a high health risk score, they will be asked to prepare a health risk assessment, and a final report will be brought to your board. The final report will be done by December 31st of this year and brought to your board shortly thereafter, with annual reports then provided to the board every year. So that concludes my report.
Well, thank you for that, and I just wanted to bring people's attention to item 3G, which was what we just passed in the consent calendar, which was giving the CEO authorization to manage the district until an appointment of a air pollution control officer. And you're kind of acting as the point person for that.
Here on behalf of the CEO, that's correct.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Will dirt roads be considered in the hot spots, given the PM10 from particulate from driving on dirt roads?
No, the hotspot report is for regulated facilities, not roads,
Thank you.
etc.
Okay. Morning, Chief.
Good morning. Morning, Chair, Board, Council, Assistant CEO, Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. 3 separate things I wanted to address with the Board. First, if you've noticed the heavy equipment in the parking lot this morning, I do apologize. 2 weeks ago, we started a capital improvement project at the juvenile hall. Wasn't here when it happened, but I hear there was some dust. Do apologize, but the basketball court and the entire slab had to be removed and is being poured today. That's some deferred maintenance. Nobody in the department knows when that was originally poured, but there's some cracks about 6 inches and some lifting due to some trees. So we've taken care of that project and it should be completed in the next 2 weeks. For the board's edification, no general fund used. So have some deferred maintenance issues throughout the county and looking for ways to get some of this taken care of without burdening the general fund. In addition to that, we transitioned to our new case management system at the end of last month. It's a Tyler product. You're probably not disfamiliar with it because of the Munis and some other Tyler products, but this is called eSupervision. The courts system here is on a Tyler product, as is the jail. So I want to give a public shout out to Assistant Chief Probation Officer Katie Ford, Department Analyst Bridget Summers, and Supervising Legal Secretary Cambria Milani. 3 people in my department that are tasked with the implementation and lift of this. It's a huge responsibility, and unfortunately in our county it's never in lieu of. It's always in addition to your current caseloads and responsibilities. So the department itself is obviously stressed. Anytime you bring in a new case management system, it's difficult. The previous one was at end of life. We had no choice. This one is replacing it, but long term, we're expecting more efficiencies because the system has better capacities. It integrates with our pretrial system and our static risk assessment systems. So systems will be talking to each other and not making a lot of redundancy. It'll be able to pull from other places. Long term, we should see some efficiencies created by this transition. But in the interim, it's just really hard for staff. Everything, me personally, that would take 30 minutes is taking an hour. We're already short-staffed, extremely short-staffed at probation, and we have a couple folks out on leaves who are having babies, so hopefully we have, future workforce. But that's where we're at. It's a difficult time, made more so by, budget conversations and the stress the county's feeling overall. Lastly, I wanted to discuss something that happened on May 6th. I wasn't here. I was out of county. Just so happens that I was with my state association, and particularly Diane Cummins. I'm not sure if you've attended the CSAC training that she puts on for realignment, but she was working for the Department of Finance when AB 109 was rolled out. She basically wrote the language for Governor Brown on this. So I happen to be sitting right next to her. I'm one of 2 or 3 chiefs that are helping put together a 40 to 50 page document for when new board members, new chiefs, sheriffs, new executive members of CCP show up, that we have the legislator's intent and what happened with AB 109 and what the funding can and cannot be used for. I heard some conversations on the 6th looking back, but I also have experienced the county back in 2019 essentially sweeping money from CCPs, and the board had to put that money back. It's not legal to do that. So one thing I wanted to make really clear, AB 109 is a constitutionally protected funding source. It's in Government Code Section 30025 per NA. The state gave us their responsibilities. And so if they don't give us the funding, they have to take their responsibilities back. So whether you have a contingency or reserve, you will get funding for this responsibility. It doesn't look good, so I do appreciate the auditor, talking about reserves or talking about contingencies. In this county, we choose to have a contingency and not a reserve for those very reasons. The reserve is very small. It's around $350,000 from a $4 million operating budget. So it's clearly not enough to be what is known in state as a rainy day fund. The contingency is, a combination of different things. And what I would express to you is, it's never good to listen to conversations around supplantation. That's also codified in section 30025 paren F paren 4. There is no supplantation language in this constitutionally protected funding source. So you can't say that, well, the general fund's broke this year, so we're going to use those funds to cover another area. That is the definition of supplantation. And this funding has no supplantation language. Now, when I presented this slideshow to you all on April 22nd, it isn't just good enough to look at the slideshow. You needed my conversation with you all because I went into some explanations that aren't on the pieces of paper. So our contingency, for one, we didn't know what our revenues were going to be. We still don't know what they're going to be from the state. We were guessing. We also don't know what the expenditures truly are from each department because the county didn't know what our costs were going to be for people. So when we built the contingency and when you approved the vote, you already gave the CCP the authority to review each department's expenses and to move the number that was approved. So the sheriff or any other county agency or any other CBO in the county can come to CCP, and that's what the contingencies are for. That's why we have them. So you've already authorized that. Nothing needs to be done there. On May 15th, we did have a executive CCP member meeting. And as I mentioned to you on 422, both of the items that I'm bringing forward on May 15th were approved. At some point, we'll be back before this board requesting an additional FTE for the county to be paid for by CCP to do grant work for the CCP for criminal justice grants that should benefit the entire county system. So that was approved and authorized, and we will be back to you on that. I also don't think everybody fully understands base and gross, and I know I sound like, a little bit nerdy when I get into this part of the conversation. But bear with me because it's really worth noting that how it works is you get the base that comes from the state, and then the growth is a competition amongst counties. So if you go over the sales and use tax as a state, now you have a pot of money that's in excess. And that gets then redistributed to counties based on a bunch of different incentivized reasons. So before I became chief, the highest amount of money that the county had ever gotten in growth was $445,000. Thereafter, we had a 798, a 915, and a 766, and a 630. The zeros are because there was no excess. So, if there's no extra money, you can't earn growth. You're only going to be living off your base. When I took over, we were in a structural deficit, as I reported multiple times. Now we have a contingency, and what we're doing is learning to live with the base. And then when the growth comes in, that's a one-time allotment of money to the CCP that you can use. But then thereafter, the growth comes into the base and builds it. So not only do you get the one-time funding, but you're growing your base by the same amount of growth. So if we're doing this right, this entity is making money for public safety by doing what the state directs us to do anyways. If you do nothing and just cover the base, you're not going to get any more growth. Therefore, your base will be static. So we're growing our base, so we'll have more funding to handle our costs. When I took over, we were about 82% personnel. If you don't spend money on reducing recidivism, you won't grow your base, and we'll be stuck trying to offset these costs as a county. So I think the CCP knows what we're doing. I think we're handling this appropriately, and I don't think anybody likes to see large amounts of contingencies or revenues in times of shortfall. So we're very cognizant of that and working on that. We have plans in all of our funding sources to spend down, but doing it, one, legally, and two, in a way that makes most sense for the county going forward. So that's my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Please, Supervisor Williams.
Make sure I have this right. Last meeting, there were some creative ideas about how to assist us with balancing the budget this year. Chief has looked at those ideas and has put together, it's probably not feasible. And I think a suggestion might be that when we're talking about cutting a department's budget or using their reserves, that they be in the room. Do I have it right?
That would be very much appreciated, so I can give you the legal reasons that's not a good idea.
Yeah, so I think it's great that we're having brainstorming. I would prefer some of the brainstorming get vetted by staff before it comes to the board meeting. One, I don't want to give false hope that we think there's some money on the table that may not actually be able to use. And two, I don't want a dynamic where it's public safety versus public safety or public safety versus the board. Everybody's trying to balance the budget and wants to provide as much service as possible. It just seems that there's a better way to have these conversations to see if the ideas are feasible before we get too far along. Acting Assistant CEO, do you have anything to add?
If I may, through the chair, no, we agree. There should be additional conversations.
And we are a Brown Act committee, so you're always welcome to attend. The grand jury regularly attends our CCP meetings, and you know, we have open dialogue about all these conversations. I mean, our budgets are minute compared to yours, but we're very strategic in what we're trying to do, covering our costs, but then looking big picture about what will shrink total recidivism numbers and jail numbers, and helping the sheriff with some new ideas on how to reduce some of his costs. So it's just not a dollar for dollar. There are other ways to do it, and we're very appreciative of anybody's feedback. It's just, how do we get it, and how am I able to work that into our budgets? And you've already approved this year's on April 22nd, and our plans are submitted, but you did authorize us to look at our contingencies for additional funding. So you already gave the authority, we were already doing it.
Okay,
but I did want to clarify it.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. Chief, thank you for being here and clarifying some of these things. To Supervisor Williams' point about having these discussions beforehand, I think it's fair to point out that some of these discussions had been had. I know I had brief but prior discussions with you about the contingency and trying to be creative on how we could help with the budget. So I think, yes, to Supervisor Williams' point, it's important to have those here, but at the last meeting, and I wasn't here for that, but that was not the first time that this had been discussed, correct?
No, our county, again, in 2019 tried this, and the money had to be refunded to CCP. It's a supplantation issue, and it's in the statute that it's not allowed.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I guess my point is, at the last board meeting, that was the first time it had been brought in front of the board, at least recently, to have that discussion. But it's not the first time that that contingency had been discussed recently, correct?
No, contingencies are discussed all over the county in different funding sources. It just depends, you know, if it's a state reserve or a state contingency. It's usually a reserve that's being discussed.
Right.
Contingencies isn't something that's normally there, but a contingency is not a rainy day fund to be set aside. It is to be used for legal purposes throughout the year. So there could be claims put in front of the executive members from new CBOs, new partners, or new programmatic ideas, and we openly debate them about their value. As I mentioned before, when I took this over, there was no backup documentation provided to the chief. They were just signing off on a bill and paying it out of the CCP. Now, you know, all of those expenditures have what you're doing with your money. What is the reason that you have a claim? Is it legitimate? I review it, talk to the department heads, and make sure that we're signing off on true expenditures. we all know an audit is coming. I mean, the 3 counties were already audited on their CCPs. So I'm making sure in this county that, you know, we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's and the expenditures are lawful. And if somebody brings forward a new idea to the CCP, we see if it matches AB 109 expenditure intent and can we afford it sustainably. Is it a one-time expenditure or is this an ongoing personnel cost? We're already trying to expend anywhere from 97 to 102% of our base. So if you add more ongoing expenses, you will run into a structural deficit. We're very cognizant of making sure that we're doing those things.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Chair, do we feel this is resolved? Is there any disagreement or do all parties agree?
It seems like the chief laid out a pretty clear course of action.
But CEO's office, sheriff, everybody else is on board.
Well,
I don't want to turn it into more of a discussion than it needs to be, but I've been concerned that AB 109 may not be fully reimbursing sheriff for jail costs and so forth. And this may not be a way to solve that problem, but I don't want to lose sight of that may be a reality for us, given state policy.
So I'll add one more thing. So AB 109, when in the intent language, when we're done with this document, small counties did not get 100% reimbursement. The state fully acknowledges that small counties and rural counties got a raw deal. We always do. It costs us more than the 60 cents the state likes to give us to do their work. It's more like $1.20 in our county instead of $1. So the sheriff and I are hammering that conversation every chance we get with our legislators, and anytime you hear the word realignment, essentially that's a dump job on a county. Our ledge platform, you know, is protecting us in this. You're opposed to those types of things. I will keep working at the state level for this. Parole violations are outside of CCP control. That is a state responsibility, and I have zero leverage, and our executive committee has zero leverage to work with them on that. We only control county inmates working on their recidivism. So this is another argument that we're having with the state to tell them that the funding isn't enough to cover all those expenses and see if it goes anywhere. But locally,
okay, I'm going to turn to County Council.
Charlotte Scott County Council, this is an informational report, and I think it's kind of gone beyond that. At the last meeting, it was an informational report where a suggestion or request was made by the Auditor-Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. There was no action by the board other than directing staff to look into the request. There was no action taken by this board on that request. This item is in response to the request, part of this item, but it has kind of gone beyond that. I think if chief or if a member of the board or if the auditor controller or anyone wanted to for some direction or discussion on a future meeting, you could do that. But I think we've kind of gone beyond that. And of course, my office can facilitate any legal research needed for any of you as to legal questions like supplantation. That's something I can help you with. But happy to do that. Just think I would recommend kind of wrapping up the conversation since this is just an informational update.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank you in that approach of, you know, getting the grant writer. We've talked about it, and I think that certainly can be very fruitful in how law enforcement deals, you know, the opportunities out there. So thank you.
Yeah, anytime. Appreciate your time.
Right. Any other department heads or elected officials? Sheriff Kendall. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Matt Kendall, Sheriff. A couple of things. So Chief Locatelli and I are working on a couple of different issues, as he said, that we were both kind of hammering on our state representatives. The Sheriff's Office in the last 3 quarters has had 8,000 days of people on parole being in my custody, and where that hangs up for me is who is actually supervising those individuals while they're in my custody. Is it state parole or is it the sheriff? I'm sorry, it's the sheriff. And so I'm working on that with some of our representatives right now. But when Chief Locatelli met with the author of AB 109, there were a lot of things that were in play in that moment. One was the state was actually trying to get rid of state parole, and that's one of the reasons why county jails and sheriffs kind of got a little bit, you know, I'll refer to Eisen on this, we were kind of almost a little bit overlooked on that because of a direction that they had planned on going, but they didn't actually get there. So we'll continue working on those things, but there's other things that come into play. I've had an inmate who's sentenced on a state parole violation in the hospital for the last 6 days, and I couldn't get a guard service, so it cost me 2 corrections deputies. We will be billing the CCP for that because that is over and above. And those things where I think that we can leverage some of those dollars for those kind of extraordinary things. And so we'll continue working on that, and we'll see where we can get with it. But as Chief Locatelli explained, the 60 cents on the dollar that counties usually get for doing the state's work, it doesn't go very far. The other issue that I'm currently experiencing, if anybody's read the news, we had a lot of homicides last week and a lot of people shot. That is an impact on us, but a lot of that is on overtime. The overtime where I had to bring in a lot of Spanish-speaking deputies, pull them off the street to be able to work with detectives, things like that. We're going to leverage the funding that we received from Senator McGuire on that. We're also going to leverage the funding from the DSEP funding through the Department of, through the federal government for our domestic cannabis suppression. But for the last several years, every time that I met with our federal partners about the problems that we're having, and we're having some serious issues with transnational drug trafficking organizations. We are. Do not think that we're exempt from that in Mendocino County. The federal government, up until this point, has wanted to have no conversations about anything regarding marijuana. But I'm going to keep beating the drum on this because I'm afraid that legislation in the state of California is causing issues for our locals that we don't want to see. In 2019 or 20, I met with the Department of Cannabis Control, myself, and 2 other sheriffs, Humboldt County Sheriff and the Trinity County Sheriff, and we predicted what we thought we would be seeing, and it fell on deaf ears. They didn't want to hear us out. Right now, we've got a failing legal cannabis industry in Mendocino County. We've got a thriving black market, and the people who invested time, money, trying to get into the legal realm have basically just been run over by some really bad actors. And it's not fair to anyone, and it sure as hell isn't fair to our residents who have to put up with this dangerous situation that they're living in right now. So I'm going to keep beating on the drum with that, and we'll see where we can get. But our first step, Chair Hashtag, I appreciate the letter that you and I were able to send up to the Department of Cannabis Control, but we've got to keep pushing on this problem because it's going to be the end of us in rural areas. Thank you.
Right, and thank you for that. And it did pass when you were gone the other week, and it did go out this past week too, not just the Department of Cannabis Control, but to our legislators, the governor, CDFW, and the Water Board.
Thank you. I think that that's the first step moving in the right direction, but we're going to also have to push on the federal government a little bit. They have some responsibilities in this. They've got a lot of responsibilities in this. I think that we all are going to have to kind of have a united front and say, we've got to take care of this.
And thank you and your team. Well, Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you, Sheriff. We've heard from you that your coroner's cases have a huge impact on your budget with overtime. Do you know approximately how much of your overtime hours are from coroner's cases? I can break that down, but coroner's cases, they're one of those things where we have to have them completed by the end of the shift, and so if we take a burglary or something like that that was not in progress, we can finish that up. The deputies can go off duty and come back in the next morning and finish that investigation. But when it comes to coroner's cases, we have so many days in a month that we have Dr. Amalo, the pathologist. So these cases have got to be completed, and he's got to have the information before he can go and because what we're looking for is Dr. Amalo to do the cause of death, and then we do basically the method. A person who dies of gunshot wounds, he can tell us that blood pressure loss due to gunshot wounds, but we have to determine, was it a suicide, was it a homicide, was it an accident? And so all of those things have got to be completed prior to the end of shift on this coroner's investigation. So I know that the numbers will be high, and I can dig into those. Yes, certainly not questioning the need for overtime in relation to those coroner's cases, but I would be interested to see what other things do lead to those overtime hours and dig into a little bit of analysis as we're collaborating and leaning out our efficiencies as much as possible. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Any other questions for me? Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further reports, we'll move on to item, are there any public comments? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll move on to item 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including direction for the Chief Executive Officer to require all offices and departments to present up to a 10% cut to their proposed budget. Okay, and so Supervisor Williams, both of ours.
Yeah, California law requires that we pass a balanced budget. This is the way we get to a balanced budget. Our job is to apportion forecast revenue for the year to the departments, and we can't be allocating more than we have. So Chair Haschak and I met and came up with this idea of asking the departments, so that we're not micromanaging them, ask what their ideas are for potential cuts, and then based on that information, the executive office will put together a draft budget. My understanding is that draft budget needs to be published by the 23rd, 3 days from now.
Right. And I think that we put up to 10% because some departments have already made cuts and some offices have made cuts. And so this is kind of to give flexibility to the CEO's office to come up with the fair and justifiable budget proposals. I'm going to turn to Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. So yes, the proposed budget needs to be submitted onto our website by end of day Friday, the 23rd. So in order to do that, we needed to give the auditor's office some time to, compile the schedule. So we did submit a balanced proposed budget to the auditor's office last night. We had worked with some departments to see what kind of cuts could be made. Some departments came in higher than 10% based on their willingness to work. In part of that proposed budget is as we've been talking about, a 6% retention calculation. And when we originally calculated this, we thought we could put it at a non-departmental level. But from advice from the auditor's office on how to capture that, we are being requested to enter that into each department's 1000 series. So you will see when we bring forward the budget on Friday, it'll be posted, and then during the public hearing, that departments are going to have around a 6% reduction, but that's based on the retention. And we'll just have to closely monitor it throughout the year. But this did give us some flexibility to kind of work with departments. Thank you.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So we're requiring all offices and departments to present up to 10%. Is that on top of, say, a department's already came up with, say, 11%? Is that on top of that? And I guess a question for Ms. Pierce. How does this differ from what's been going on for, say, the last 4 or 5 months?
If I may, through the chair, we've been working closely with departments, since January at least, to try to come up with a proposed budget. So it's just been part of the process. We are not necessarily applying a flat across the board 10% cut. If departments were able to cut additional positions or not fill positions, we worked with them. But as I was saying, what we did apply across the board was the retention calculation based on how we were advised from the auditor's office to enter it into the system. But this would not be in addition to what has already been communicated with departments or worked with departments.
All right. Seeing no further discussion on the board level, any public comment? Okay, in the chambers, none? Okay. Oh. Sheriff Kendall.
Chair, I must walk slow. You always kind of ignore me while I'm coming down the aisle. I think I'm hard to miss, though. My undersheriff and I have been working on cuts every single week, and we're doing our absolute best to get where we need to go. But 10% for the sheriff's office, $2.8 million any way you slice it. And almost all of those were salaries and various things. And you have to remember, when we don't have a deputy working, we have to pay overtime to cover that. We have not increased in our size as far as deputy sheriff since the year that I was born. And at that point in time, you know, in 1970, I think we had about 50,000 people in Mendocino County. We got about 90 now, so that's an 80% increase. And more people. If you have one person in 100 square miles, chances are you'll never get a call for service. Put 2 people in 100 square miles, eventually they're going to call the cops. So when we have these things come down the pipe, when we have these homicides, we have these investigations and things like that, we're going to do everything that we can to leverage funding that is not general fund. But we're also going to need to work with the board on these things, to do things like Senator McGuire did with us a few years ago. When we have a real problem coming down the pipe, we need some legislation and we need some things to come from the state, because we are taking on a lot of their issues. We are taking a lot of, just the other day, I mean, we're dealing with homeless issues that belong to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. The waterways of the state, that's not my responsibility, but I still get called to go deal with cleaning up the waterways. Department of Fish and Wildlife has got plenty of people, and they will gladly stand back with their hands in their pockets and let the deputies do the work. And so if we're doing that work, why aren't we being reimbursed by the state? If we're going to wind up having to take on their responsibilities because we're the ones who answer our phones, I think that maybe we should have a little bit of a push to be funded for these things. That may get us across the finish line over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, we have some markers up. So Supervisor Mulheron.
I can wait until we're done listening to the
Okay,
comments.
Supervisor Klein. Okay.
Good morning. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. A little bit of redundancy to what the sheriff just said, only for the juvenile hall. Shifts are mandated. If we're going to have a 10% cut there, then this is going to have to be backfilled with overtime, so it doesn't save. We've reduced it down to 66% general fund already. I'm worried on the other side of the street, though, that can be cut, but I did pull the Bay Area counties. I want to say it's 40% is the low for a Bay Area county for general fund, and the high is 72%. The last 3 years here, we're between 28 and 32% general fund. So if you do cut, you know, you're getting down into the 25 to 20% range, general fund of the probation department, and that becomes problematic. Unlike what the sheriff was describing, we've already leveraged the state dollars to do those services. So I'm just very concerned if you're getting lower on the percentage scale about that, what that looks like, and how much then I'm just going to be doing state mandates and no county work. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment in the chambers? Seeing none. Any online?
Seeing none.
All right. Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I think, or sometimes fortunately, due to the Brown Act, I couldn't ask questions of the 2 supervisors that put this item on the agenda in advance of the agenda. I've been on this board for almost 5 years and trying to work through and really understand ways to improve the budget process. It seems to me as though the goal was to be able to get to a point where we could approve a budget without using one-time funds based on the $3 million that we were still short. In my opinion, this does not help that situation at all. We would still be using one-time funds to balance the budget. The county's budget is not balanced because we have more expenses than we have revenue. I think that is something that not anybody would argue with. My concern about this agenda item, as has been my concern, and I've voiced it very vocally the last several meetings, is the way that we approach the budget is not thoughtful. It doesn't have a lot of intention. I think it really causes harm not only within our own agency, within our team members, within our department heads, but also a lot of concerns in the community about the way that we manage the process. I appreciate the Assistant CEO talking about how this is a way that can be used to help facilitate including the retention discussion that's come up in the budget this year. But as of this Friday, or as of June 2nd and 3rd, in my opinion, this still does not improve the way that the budget is managed within the county of the Mendocino, or even how we're going to balance future budgets and not use one-time funding. So I'm just concerned that this item, while I'm assuming that I understand the goal of the item, I don't think it gets us to where we need to be as an agency.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so again, I think, you know, this has already been happening for the most part. What's different, and somebody, either one of you, please correct me if I'm wrong, is, you know, now all offices and departments, and that seems like a going in a different direction than the discussions we have been having, and that is leaving public safety out of it. If that's the intent here, I think it could have been a little bit clearer. I'm not going to change my opinion on leaving public safety out of it. I think we've heard from enough of them to tell me that they're already struggling, and the mandates that are put on them, they can already not afford. So I think the sheriff, in the conversations that I've had with him, is they are doing as deep a dive as they can to make cuts. I think Mr. Locatelli is in a worse position. I think he's starting with less and working with less. So I have zero interest in asking him to make any more cuts. I think that those two gentlemen are probably cut down to the bone as it is. So if that's the intent of this, was just to include public safety, I don't support it.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for, I guess, the authors of this item. Is the intent for presenting what a 10% cut would look like and having that information be brought to the board / the CEO's office? Or is the intent to have a blanket 10% cut to all departments?
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so the item is about asking departments to present their up to 10% to the executive office so that there are some options. There's more information to work with. We're not talking about doing a 10% cut across the board. If you read the item, that's not on the table. But let me tell you what happens if we don't support this item today. The executive office has to publish a draft budget that's balanced. They're going to do it with or without us. If they have less information to work with, they're just going to have to reduce departments by whatever percentage is necessary to reach balanced, right? We can't spend more than our revenue. You're going to vote on a budget proposal that you're probably not going to like. If we don't pass it, I think we live with last year's budget, which is ridiculous. Look at last year's budget, try to apply it to this year. None of us will like that. So we're in a position we don't want it. Nobody wants to find themselves. We have to pass a budget that's not enough to carry out our core mission. And public safety is right. They don't have enough to work with. When you look at our budget, we basically fund public protection. That's all we're funding today. If you leave, Supervisor Norvell, I agree with you. I don't want to cut public safety. But if you leave public safety out of it, what do you have left? You could cut the tax collector, in which case you're defunding public safety because you're not bringing the revenue in. You could defund the assessor's office. Now you're not assessing new properties. You're not supporting public safety. HR and IT and these other services that sort of support the overall organization are about, in essence, supporting public safety. So I don't know how when you're a county that only pays for public safety, I don't know how you reduce your budget without impacting public safety. So if you don't like this idea, come up with another, but in the end, you have to plan to spend no more than the revenue that's forecast for the coming year. And yeah, we can use a little bit of one-time funding for some one-time expenditures, but even with that, we're not going to hit break even.
Did that answer your question?
Sort of, although there was certainly some added comments in there, but that's what we all do. I just wanted the clarification because I felt like there was a little bit of implication from our conversation that this was just a blanket 10% cut. I had concerns about that kind of shotgun approach and just wanted to clarify that this was just informational for the CEO's office. I think that while that work has already been done, as Ms. Pierce has stated, right, the ask has already been for departments to make these cuts. I think that there isn't anything wrong with asking for the information from the board's perspective of saying, hey, we all have to make some cuts at this point. And I agree with Supervisor Norvell on the comments around public safety. The board's priority from our workshop in January throughout has been to protect public safety the best that we can. In these extreme of budget times, there are going to have to be some level of reductions to public safety, but it cannot be so damaging that we can't walk it back. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. I'm not wildly supportive of this agenda item, but I understand the intent, and I don't have an issue with the information being brought forward as a part of our budget process.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So up to 10%, I mean, what happens if, you know, somebody comes in with 1%? I don't know how much the sheriff's office or probation has cut already, if anything. Maybe Ms. Pierce, you can help me. Each department, big ask, but you know, what % they've cut from each department already?
If I may, through the chair, I don't have the exact cuts from each department right in front of me. We have been working with all departments. I know, for instance, the jail, when we went through budget conferences, they proposed kind of two different scenarios, and they were extremely cooperative and willing to work with the budget team to propose, you know, reasonable expenses. So we've been working with all of the departments, and you will see when we present on the 3rd and when we publish this Friday that there are departments that are coming back with a higher than 10% reduction to their salaries per se, but that's because we worked with each of the departments. All other departments, we had to spread that retention impact across all departments in order for it to be captured in the 1,000 series. So departments will see reductions to their 1,000, but it relates to the retention calculation. Without exactly knowing which departments may have turnover and attrition, we are applying it as a % across all departments. We do believe that it is a conservative calculation at the 6%, when the county's general fund retention is closer to 9.5%. We've taken a conservative 6%. But like I said, we had to apply it to everyone's 1,000 series.
Thank you. So one more. So to help me understand here, are you asking for each department to show up to a board meeting or just to present to staff, this is what a 10%, additional 10% cut looks like to my department?
Supervisor Williams.
So what's beautiful about this item is whether or not we pass it, the same result will occur. The CEO is going to have to make cuts. With this item, we get a little bit more transparency into what the options were and coming from the departments. Instead of us pushing down percentage cuts on the departments, we're asking them what can they free up. And I don't think there's a one size fits all. For some departments, they may have positions that they don't plan to fill for the coming year. That's ideal for us because we're not laying anybody off. We're not cutting services. We're just not allocating funds that will sort of serve no purpose in the coming year. But that may not be the case for all departments. Some departments may decide there are outside contracts that they can go without this year, right? That's a win because we don't have to lay people off. Maybe there's something we can defer. Instead of this board trying to micromanage with anemic information, this requests that the departments think about where the cuts could come from, do that brainstorming, and then give it to the executive office. And I don't think we're going to like the end result in that we probably have to cut more than we would like to. But at least we're doing it based on accurate information. Right now we're doing it in the dark. With the CEO, we have to have a draft budget that's balanced published by Friday.
Which that's been presented,
If I may, through the chair, we've already submitted that to the auditor's office last night, which does include one-time funds and reserves to be utilized.
And when we see that and we hear some of the feedback, we're likely to ask, can we reverse some of those cuts? And if we don't have the information of what the alternatives are, we won't be able to swap one cut for another. This gives us a little bit more information. So we're thinking ahead so that we don't get in a position of it's time to vote on the budget, we're not happy with it, and we don't have any information on the table about alternatives.
So I guess what would be the time frame that you need this information to utilize it, one, and then what's the reality of staff getting that done in that time frame?
If I may, through the chair, we will not be able to make any changes to what is going to be presented on the 3rd as of now, because we have to, we had to get something to the auditor's office. We proposed a budget that's balanced using one-time funds. But what can happen is the discussions that happen on the 3rd, we can, take direction on the 3rd to bring back the Board of Supervisors proposed budget on the 24th, I believe, is the next board meeting, that usually the budget comes back on consent as approved. But we can have the discussions and make the changes after the 3rd.
So you think there's plenty of time for staff to accomplish this?
If I may, through the chair, it'll be a tight turnaround, but if staff, we will have to present what we've submitted to the auditor on the 3rd, have the discussions in public on the 3rd through the budget hearings, and then take any feedback and modify the budgets as appropriate, and then bring back on the 24th on consent. So between the 3rd and the 24th, yes, there would be time.
Okay, thank you.
But we would need the information from the departments before the 3rd in order to have the productive comments.
Thank you.
I'll just add to what Supervisor Williams said, is that we're just trying to gather the information. What's it going to look like to really balance the budget? And that's what we asked for in January. That's what we asked for in April. And so we wanted staff to bring back a balanced budget. This is what, we're looking at. If it turns out that we need to swap one cut for another or use one-time only money because we just can't handle that kind of cut, then at least we have that information. We make that informed decision. So that's what this is about. Okay. And with that, seeing no markers up, we will, is there a motion?
Move approval.
I'll second.
Chair Charlotte Scott, County Council, I just want to make sure, did we take public comment already on this item?
Yes. All right. So,
if I may, through the chair, can I just get clarification? So if the recommended action is that you're asking all departments to present to the executive office what a 10% cut would look like, and to require all offices and departments to present up to a 10% cut.
The motion is as it's worded. So we don't trigger panic, I expect some departments, for example, juvenile hall, to tell us mandates couldn't be met with such a cut. I'm content with that. I'd like to get that response so that the board has the information. And there may be other instances where it's just not possible.
Okay, so the executive office and the departments will work together to receive what a 10% cut would be from departments on their up to a 10% from their submitted budget.
And the goal is to, you could share with the departments, is to, as we make cuts, have the least negative impact.
Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
We have a first and a second, so I just wanted to be clear that I'm gonna vote against this item. I think that this kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall approach is just doing more harm to our agency than it is good. I too want a balanced budget. I don't think that this approach is thoughtful or really a way that we can get there as a community. And so I will be voting no. I just wanted to be clear as to why.
All right, we'll call the question then.
Right.
The motion carries with Supervisor Mulhern and Supervisor Norvell dissenting.
All right, very good. We'll take a break until 11 o'clock.
See your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoyan en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I'm
very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y Más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
(11:00). We're going to item 4D, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of presentation from Ukiah Environment and Water Incorporated on development of the Mendocino County Drought Resilience Plan and adoption of resolution adopting the Mendocino County Drought Resilience Plan and authorizing the Director of Transportation to submit the plan to the California Department of Water Resources. So I'm going to turn to Amber Fissette from the Department of Transportation.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, County Council, Scott, and Assistant CEO. Amber Fissette, Deputy Director of Transportation. So we're here today to present on the Mendocino County Drought Resilience Plan, and we know you have a full agenda, so we're going to try to keep it really brief, and just a reminder to everybody that the full plan and our presentation are online, so if you want to go into more detail, please feel free to. So the Drought Resilience Plan was required under SB 552, and we were able to do this project under a grant from DWR, which covered pretty much all the costs of the project. And we've been working on this since May of last year, so about a year, with our project team and also with the Drought Task Force. And I am here with Amir Mani from EKI and Laura Garza Diaz from the University of California Cooperative Extension. And I am going to pass it off to Amir to start the presentation.
Thank you. Amir Mani, Ukiah Environment and Water. Hello, supervisors and everyone. Good morning. Thank you for giving us your time again. As Deputy Director mentioned, Ukiah has been working with the Department of Transportation. This effort was led by the department and collaborated with the Cooperative Extension. I just wanted to appreciate and thank both.
Could you move the microphone a little
yes.
closer?
Sorry. I just wanted to thank both for their efforts. This was a relatively tight timeline because of the grant by AWR, and they graciously managed the timeline of this project. So as mentioned, I tried to go briefly over the slides, but I would be happy to answer any questions after. The plan was due to a legislation, SB 552. The SB 552 has different components. One of them is a county responsibility, and it is focused on two parts. The first part is to establish a standing county drought task force. This was something that Mendocino County did so in 2021 in the midst of the drought and has been complying with ever since. And right now, the County Drought Task Force meetings are held under the General Government Committee. And that's been the venue that the plan was also presented in the past 9 or 10 months. The second part of that requirement under the legislation is develop a drought resilience plan, as we call it, the DRP in short. The DRP, again, is a county focus and is focused on two beneficial users that are basically supported by counties. One is domestic well users, and the second is state small water systems. So as I go through the next slides, it's very important to have that in mind because the SB 552 has other components for other types of water systems that they need to comply with, and they're not county responsibility. The Department of Water Resources, DWR, published a guidebook on how this DRP needs to be developed. It is very helpful, but it's not a lot of details because counties are in different situations regarding their water supplies. And each county needs to plan based on their conditions of water systems and hydrology. The guidebook divides the plan into 4 stages, as you see on the slide. The first 2 are data collection and assessing the risks and vulnerability within the county to those 2 types of users, domestic wells and state small water systems. The second part is management actions, short-term management actions and long-term management actions to deal with drought. And the last one is how the plan is developed and implemented in the future. So these were done in the past several months. The first part was presented in the September GGC meeting, and the second part was presented in the February and March GGC meetings. The recordings are online and in the website, and we go through these parts in a very much more detail during those presentations. This is our schedule, and we are now at the end. We have the final DRP, as you see in May 2025. This is the schedule that was not really significantly changed from the beginning. We upheld the whole schedule throughout the process. We had 2 public workshops and 3 GGC meetings, and this is our last public meeting. So the DRP was emphasized to be developed through a transparent process, and that has been what the Department of Transportation has been doing to develop the plan. So in terms of the overview, following the DWR guidebook, the first part was to develop the physical vulnerability. Again, a lot of details, a lot of data collection, all exists in the plan and our September GGC meeting presentation. The take-home message of the risk assessment for both user types, domestic wells and state smalls, is that we need to consider the entire county at risk for drought, and this is not surprising. Just looking at the previous droughts that the county experienced in 2020 to 2022 and 2013 to 15. There are specific areas that are vulnerable to a specific type of hazard, for example, water quality or wildfire or a quantity of water supply. But if you look at it holistically in terms of the resilience to drought, we need to consider the entire county at risk. So the county's objective in development of the DRP has been to facilitate an increased and structured drought preparedness for these two types of users. Reason being that the county is not a water supplier, doesn't have a water rights, and doesn't have an annual allocated budget to deal with this. So we needed to realize the limitation and also opportunities and see where the county can fit in terms of responding to droughts. So that's why the actions of the county has been divided into these 5 major categories that you see in the future slides. The first one is a focus on education, outreach to the public, so they know the resources, they know the situation, and they're aware of what to do. The second part is track and monitor and be vocal about the drought stages and the types of actions that's needed to be done. The third is be the facilitator and the hub for communication for the drought task force for any major actions that needs to be done by other water suppliers and drought task force members. The fifth one is to help pursue funding during emergency if that's available and feasible. And the last is when the drought happens and we are in an emergency situation, take on some emergency actions that we have in the plan. So how the plan is organized in terms of responding to drought is 2 types of actions that the guidebook suggested. So short-term actions and long-term actions. And then we have 3 stages of drought that are defined in the plan. The first stage basically is no drought. It's where we are right now. And what we do during no drought is the most important part, because when we get to drought, this is what prepared us for it. So normally people think about drought when the drought happens, but that's the wrong thing to do. The first stage is basically the most important part. And what we do, we consider short-term and long-term, because we are mostly in the non-drought unless we get into an emergency situation. The stage 2 becomes keep the stage 1, what we do, mostly on the education part and being prepared and facilitation, and add to it some temporary measures to get to be more prepared if actual severe drought is upcoming towards the county. And the stage 3 is where we call basically we need some emergency measures to be put in place. So as you can see, there are some short-term actions that are triggered in stage 2 and stage 3, but it's added. So actions just get added as the stage gets more severe. In terms of the triggers and how we get into stages, not to go into too much detail, but as you know, county is not the same hydrology everywhere. It needs to be, the differentiations between regions of the county needs to be accounted for. How we did it right now, and again, DRP is a living document, so everything can get updated as future droughts happens. But right now, the inland and the coastal regions are separated. There are different triggers for them because their water supply system are different. And then there is an entire county system for trigger that's based on the drought monitor that was used before. So how we staged those triggers were based on the 2020 to 2022 triggers that we had a drought emergency declaration in the county, in the state, and federal, based on different criteria. And we used those criteria to basically set up these triggers in the plan. This is the detailed framework of the triggers, as you see. So there is a inland region trigger, there is a coastal region trigger, and there's a county trigger. The regional triggers are based on the number of wells that go dry. And in inland is based on the Lake Mendocino storage. In the coastal is based on the precipitation in the watershed. For the county is based on the U.S. Drought Monitor. These are simplified triggers that can be tracked easily by the county and can be publicly shared so everyone knows where we are in terms of droughts. So based on those triggers, we have multiple levels of actions, green, yellow, and red, stage 1, 2, and 3. The plus signs implicate those added basically nature of actions. And you can see these are the major categories of action that are defined in the plan. So the tracking and monitoring of triggers and drought actions, community engagement and outreach, education. The drought task force is an ongoing need that the frequency gets increased as we go into later stages of drought. Facilitation of mutual aid agreements between water suppliers, partnership with NGOs and state agencies. These are detailed in the plan in terms of how they will be done, and also coordination with the Ukiah Valley Basin GSA. Then in the second stage of drought, we have the voluntary water cutbacks if needed, ordinances that the county can apply as they did before. And then when we go to emergency situation in stage 3, there are actions to be taken to provide emergency water supply and pursue additional funding. And regarding the implementation, the plan is a single plan for the County of Mendocino, but it needs to be coordinated with all other plans that the county has. emergency plan, hazard mitigation plans, and all of that. It will be led in most stages by the County Drought Task Force with county departments and the Department of Transportation. But as we go towards the later stages of drought, stage 2 and 3, the role of Board of Supervisors in terms of taking temporary actions becomes more pronounced. Again, this is a living document. Depending on the drought, the implementation pathway might change, but it's the overall framework that's provided in the plan. So, emphasizing the transparent process of developing the plan and all the public meetings and public outreach that the county and the cooperative extension has done. We also added a public review period for the plan. So the plan was released in March 26th. There was a 30-day comment period for the plan that took us to April 25th. This is not required by the legislation, but the county did so to get more input from the community. We appreciate everyone that reviewed and provided comments. We also appreciate everyone that reached out to us before this period and provided comments, and we included in the plan. It definitely improved what we have in the plan. Throughout these 30 days, we received 3 public comments. And then there were more on the general concerns about water supply in the county, not really focused on the DRP requirements. So the first one is about the decommissioning of the Potter Valley project, a major issue in the county. Again, these are things that need broader support and broader action. It's not really specific to the SB 552 or the DRP, sorry, but again, county under the responsibilities of the DRP can coordinate some of the actions that are needed if needed. The second comment was about human right to water. That's not sufficient, what we have in the legislation. Again, a separate regulation under California law, but DRP is a living document. As the legislations change and those requirements change, those can be included in the DRP in the future. And the third one was about groundwater use, specifically towards the agricultural use for cannabis. The SB 552 doesn't provide the authority to regulate groundwater use to the county, so that can't be done under SB 552, and there's something that can be coordinated with the GSA and other entities to be accomplished. And I now hand it off to Dr. Diaz to go through the outreach efforts.
Yeah, thank you. Laura Garza with UC Cooperative Extension. So for our outreach efforts, I wanted to start with public engagement because this was a key component for the development of the Drought Resilience Plan. We focused on creating multiple platforms and resources, including the DRP website, educational materials, community and task force meetings, and then having the public commenting component on it. All of this allowed community members to be heard, to be informed, and to share their perspectives on the drought in our county. Next. Now, from all of these resources and platforms, I wanted to highlight the Drought Resilience Plan webpage. This served as a community central hub for everything related to the Drought Resilience Plan. In here, community members are able to get informed about the SB 552 and the Drought Resilience Plan development process. They were also able to submit any feedback through our engagement form or to get some updates if they sign up to our emails. They were also able to get some more informational materials such as fact sheets, presentations, and all of that. Next one. And then for our public engagement and outreach, the public outreach took many different forms, including having a radio show where we talked about the DRP and droughts in the county, press releases, social media campaigns. We reached out to different MACs. We even had a travel consultation with the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians. But from here, I wanted to highlight the 2 public workshops that we hosted, one inland here in Ukiah last year, and the second one in the coast in the city of Fort Bragg, in which we talked about all of the development of the DRP. Throughout these 2 public workshops, we had a participation of over 70 people. from 15 different towns and cities across the county. And so just to conclude this outreach summary, I just wanted to highlight that this engagement really helped to create this drought resilience plan in a way that it reflects our community needs, but also, and most importantly, I think that this public engagement and outreach empowered the community to provide their experiences regarding drought, but also they were able to be an active participant when doing this drought resilience plan for the county.
Amber Facette again. So we just want to appreciate those who participated in this process. We found it to be a successful process, and we had great conversations in the communities, and there were citizens that wanted to engage with us on water issues. And we also want to acknowledge that this was a very limited scope project, and that there are many local water issues that go way beyond what we could address here, unfortunately. And so we are asking the board today to adopt the resolution, which will adopt this plan and allow us to submit this to DWR, and then encourage any members of the public who want to continue to engage on water issues to sign up through the website to receive any updates on the Drought Task Force and also on this plan. There's a link on the website to sign up. And with that, we will end the presentation and take any questions that you may have.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, two questions. Can you flip back to the inland versus coast map? It's one of the first few slides. I was curious, that delineation, what is the basis? Is it based on drought concerns or groundwater?
I'm Yermani, Ukiah. This is based on the watershed delineation. So as USGS calls it, is the hydrologic unit.
Yep.
So that's basically that watershed can be separated based on water flow. So that was, it's called the HOC 8 or hydrologic unit. Yep. Code 8. So that's how we used it.
Thank you. And second question, as I reviewed this, I wondered, is it a plan or is it a case study of how we did in past droughts and how we're not ready for the next one? And to give you the soundbite, when the media covers this, how would you describe what will unfold differently the next time we live through a drought as a result of the plan?
So in terms of just on the technical side of it, it is informed by the previous droughts because, again, droughts are different in different regions. So we need to use what happened before to inform how we prepare for it in the future. And that's basically what the guidebook said. But it proposes a path forward in terms of getting prepared through stages. So not to wait for the emergency to happen and now look for things. As you go through and drought becomes severe and you see the signals based on the metrics that are put in the plan, there are actions that should be discussed in the task force that's now set up and recurring. And that facilitation of discussion and conversations basically leads to preparation for the drought based on what's laid out in the plan. The major part of it being also public education. So the public is aware before getting into a situation that needs emergency response.
Thank you.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I want to thank all of you for the work that you put into this. I attended the stakeholder meetings. I watched online at general government and just was really impressed by the thoughtfulness. And I think that it was very well conducted in terms of the community engagement. There certainly is a very limited scope for this report. And just want to echo again for the public that's listening online, right? This is something that the state mandated of us through legislation and then provided funding through a grant to get this done. And then just kind of to my colleagues, I want us to be thinking about ways that we can move the county forward in a way that we can do some of this work on our own and expand the scope to a point where it's actually impactful to the other areas, whether it's the coast or inland water issues. It doesn't matter. The county needs to have leadership on water issues, and we're just not there yet. And so that's kind of adjacent to this issue. But again, thank you for the work on this, and appreciate the community engagement that was done.
Well, I'd like to say that I totally agree with what Supervisor Klein said is when we go to page 10, or slide 10, and we talk about the role of the county, you know, those 5 areas, you know, we have Amber is really our water agency for the county. You know, I'm just wondering, you know, how do we go about pursuing funding and some of these other things that are so critical to get us in a place where we are ready for the drought? So are there any ideas on that?
Amber Facette again. We did talk with the grants unit during this process, and we are going to be keeping an updated web page under our drought page that has funding opportunities for water districts and tribes and different groups that are water stakeholders. So we plan to keep that updated. It may not always be the county pursuing that funding, but we can pretty easily provide a list of resources where anybody looking for funding could go. And then during a actual drought emergency, it would be up to the board to direct county staff to actually pursue funding, as was done during the last drought.
Okay, very good. Also, with small water districts, you know, we have quite a few of them in the county, and like, are there any suggestions about what can be done to, you know, there's been incorporation and interties in the Ukiah Valley, but we've got a lot of independent small water districts. So what are your thoughts on that?
That's a great question. I'm your money, Ukiah. So there are a couple of things that we put in the plan that obviously just lays the groundwork. There are a lot of steps to be done to actually get that support for them. So one thing, as the Deputy Director mentioned, that there is the website for the grant. We also started the conversation with RCAC, which is a separate NGO that provides funding and education for state smalls and can provide direct funding. There's also links to a state water board and Department of Water Resources direct funding for state smalls on the website that they can use and get. Also, there's what's called technical assistance support that basically starts supporting them in finding a grant. So that part is covered for them through that grant as well. Those links are on the webpage. The second thing that I would mention is that there is a consolidation analysis that's very complicated to do. It's really specific to each of these state smalls if they want to do it. But we did a preliminary GIS analysis just to show in terms of if this is even feasible based on their proximity to water agencies. If that's the route to go, then it needs conversations between the water agencies that can support them and then the cost analysis of that, the benefit analysis in terms of the users that they support. So that's something to be done separate from the DRP. It's not really under the scope of SB 552, but county can provide facilitation support if that's a need.
Okay. And the last question was from the plan itself, and that's section 3, and you're talking about the water quality risk. I know that it's a huge problem for a lot of our people who are on wells and everything. And so, are any thoughts about what can be done about that?
I'm your money, Ukiah. Yes, it's a risk. It's specific to some areas, and it's the sort of the risk that mitigating it is really difficult, as you mentioned. So what we have is, again, RCAC, in our conversations, they have a free testing that domestic well users can request through a form, just to know what the conditions are. So what we did is an analysis based on the existing data from the State Water Board, but each well can be different in terms of where, like the depth they're screened and where they're located. So that would be the first step. Then would be basically if there is an issue with a domestic well, the best route to go is either through RCAC or the county grants unit to have the conversations and the funding. The best route to go is the State Water Board to support their domestic well rehabilitation. If there's a state small, there would be a direct link under SAFER program for them to address water quality risks.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Williams?
Would your team agree that encouraging the public to have domestic water storage is a win for drought preparation? So one of some of the feedback I've received from the public is, especially on the coast, the permitting for domestic water tanks is more arduous than it should be. And, this is not the county, this is the Coastal Commission in a lot of cases, and the county is just in the position of having to administer it. But we're in the unique position of updating the LCP. Should we exempt small domestic water tanks to encourage water storage in areas that don't have water systems?
Amir Mani, Ukiah. On the technical side, I do agree. It's a good solution if done right. On the county side, I defer.
Our Director of Planning and Building Services might be better to answer that question, although she did provide a pretty comprehensive memo that we attached, I believe at the last Drought Task Force meeting, about the water tank permitting process.
Yeah, while she comes up, so the motivation here is last time we shuttled water from Ukiah to Fort Bragg and then let people buy it from, we don't want to do that again. It's costly, it's not great for the environment. We want to encourage people to have their own water supplies. And Director, do you want to talk about getting this into the LCP?
Sure. So Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I think it's certainly something that we can look at through the LCP update process. I will just note that in conversations with the Coastal Commission, the county can't necessarily be more permissive than what state law allows. So we would have to look at options for probably streamlining those types of approvals. But I will say that in a very large portion of the county, in the coastal zone area, there are exemptions already provided to property owners that have an existing residence to be able to put in something like a water storage tank. It's just what's really affected are those highly scenic designated properties west of the first public road, bluff top parcels. So, I think that the county can look at some streamlining options, but we're probably not going to get to the point of being able to just outright exempt it in some of those areas that the commission believes have a higher risk of potential adverse effects.
I'll take that as a win.
Okay.
But really, what I want to highlight to the state is we don't set the policy for the coastal region. We make recommendations and the state decides. And I would like the state to understand that some of the research that was paid for by the state as part of SB 552 showed us that it's important for those bluff properties to have water storage for drought periods.
All right, seeing no further comments from the board, any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, back to the board. Is there a motion to?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you for the presentation and your work on this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, item 4E, which is a notice of public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution adopting the 2025-2026 annual report of the Mendocino County Business Improvement District and levying an annual assessment for the bid in fiscal year 25-26. Okay, clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and any correspondence has been sent to your email.
Okay, so I'll open the public hearing. A staff presentation.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you. Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. This is the last piece of the bid annual report adoption with the resolution and public hearing. I believe the bid chair, Callie Dim, is on Zoom, as well as Ramon Jimenez from VMC. Staff has no other comments related to the plan, but is available for questions if you have any, and then would defer to the bid chair if she has any comments also.
So, are there any comments from the bid chair?
I'm not seeing her online.
That's fine.
Okay, any comments from the board? Well, I had some questions about, looking at the report, I saw that there's 11 seats on the board, but it looked like 3 of them were expired, 2 were empty, and so I was wondering about the functionality of the board, for one thing. And then the budget looked like they were spending almost $400,000 more than the income projected, and so I think the reserve was about 900,000, 970,000, and that they were spending like over 400,000 of that in this 1 year. And so that's a concern of the viability of, and if they're burning through the reserves like that. And also, you know, with the state of the world right now and people not coming to the United States is what it looks like as far as tourism goes, then, you know, the bid and the TOT has been going down for the last several years. And so it's kind of like, how are they projecting and budgeting for this kind of event? So,
Yeah,
I guess those are my questions.
Sure, if I may through the chair. I believe the board that you're looking at is the MCTC board on that,
Right.
and I don't believe we have any bearing in that. I represent the bid, which is only a 5-member body. I couldn't comment to MCTC's board and how they fill the lodging chairs or that budget piece. I'm not sure if Ramon Jimenez from VMC is on because he's the executive director. He may be able to respond to those comments. I would defer to Ramon for that.
Okay, and the budget is?
It's part of MCTC's budget. It's not the bid board itself's budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, board. Can I speak? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. This is Ramon Jimenez, Executive Director for Visit Mendocino County, also known as Mendocino County Tourism Commission. I received your email this morning and I replied to it. So I can just make some clarifications. Our upcoming fiscal year budget is actually decreased by about $200,000 compared to the current fiscal year. Regarding the board seats to not our bid advisory board, but our MCTC board, there's currently there's 8 active board members. One just expired and needs to reapply, but the 2 remaining board seats are seats that need to be elected, and that happens during the fall once a year. So if there are no applicants for those seats, they go vacant for the full year. Regarding TOT/bid collections, I just want to clarify, actually TOT, since the pandemic, the last 3 years regarding TOT, that has increased from what used to be under $6 million into $5 million, then a little under 6 million, a little under 5 during the 2019-2020 to over $8 million the last 3 years, as well as bid collections being over $1 million over the last 4 years, obviously with some varying. We just received numbers for this past quarter for January through March from the county, and regarding bid collections, it is actually up through 12% compared to the previous year's same quarter. So that is good information. But the reason why we are using some reserves for this current year is largely because now that we don't have the match, rather than drastically dropping our budget and not use those reserves, which are actually there to be utilized, we would be doing our stakeholders and county as a service by not spending and trying to bolster our budget to continue to promote the county and get people here.
All right. And another thing was, there was talk about advocating for the county to do infrastructure that would be tourist facing. And And that was in their kind of the recommended actions for the MCTC. And I think that that's a really good idea. The county doesn't have the money, and so I'm just wondering if there's these big reserves with the bid, that some of that could be used for some of that infrastructure.
So one of the things we're currently actually actively working on is getting new gateway signage through all the entry points of the county, which would be 5 total signs. And we're working with a contractor and Caltrans regarding getting those gateway signages. I think regarding that infrastructure discussion, we are at this point focusing on largely on the marketing efforts to get people up here. That is something we keep hearing from lodging is they want more visitors. We are not anywhere near close, even during our peak time of suffering from over-tourism. So I think that discussion is something that down the road, as we continue to work on this new potentially updated business improvement district assessment, and when we do have those meetings with the county and the incorporated cities, will come up. And I think the bid advisory board has they have strong opinions on that, but I think that'll come down the line as those are scheduled and we proceed through this process. But for the current bid that we're currently working under, which is renewed annually, I don't think that's a possibility at this point. The reason we're using those about $400,000 from reserve is because we're no longer, this will be the second year we no longer have a match or any financial kind of match from the county, understandably so, but that would have equated to about $600,000.
All right, thank you. Okay, so seeing no further questions from the board, is there any public input, public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll go back to staff for any final remarks.
Thank you, supervisors. No final comments.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we will close the public hearing. Okay. And we have a motion for the recommended action. Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to County Council. Do you think that we can handle 4F before lunch?
Actually, I think that would be a good question for DOT. It really depends on the nature of the participation by the public.
Guess I can still say good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. So who is here to discuss the Little River Airport apron bid protest? Okay, no one in the room. The two parties involved might be available on the internet, but I'll leave it up to you. It doesn't look like we're going to have a big crowd.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay.
So this is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution to acknowledge receipt of bid protest hearing for Little River Airport aircraft parking apron rehabilitation, resolve any and all bid protest, and award Department of Transportation contract number 250001 to the lowest responsible bidder. Okay, I'll look to Director of Transportation, Howard DeShield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to introduce with me here today is Jason Wise, who is the Deputy Director for Land Improvement, and he oversees the two county airports in his division. You know, he's available for very specific questions The way I approach these, and when the board authorizes me to advertise and award a county contract, the resolution you pass says that if I have any higher budgets or other difficulties to where I can't award within the authority you've granted me, that I bring that back to you. And what we really have here today are the lowest bidder and the second lowest bidder with an exchange of letters that I know you've all read, arguing some finer points of, who should be the lowest responsive bidder. And I typically leave those arguments up to the parties to make themselves. And I ask you to be in partial jury and look at it, because ultimately they're questioning my decision. And your board, as you know, often people can appeal to you if they disagree with a county board or official. So with that, is there anyone asking to get online, Lily, that wants to speak, or are we just going to let Jason and I answer questions?
I do have Lance on Zoom. However, he's on his phone, so he cannot be promoted to a panelist.
Okay, so Lance is with Argonaut, so that would be a good place to start, would be my recommendation. Let him speak to you.
Lance, since you're on your phone, you're going to have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Lance. Thank you for having me today.
Yeah, go ahead.
We've met prior to this, and I just want to reemphasize our point of contention for awarding to the apparent low bidder, CSI, based on the fact that they did not comply with the bid package requirements. On page 2 of the bid package, as we previously discussed, they were to submit their evidence of competency with their bids underlined on that page at time of bid. They did not do that. We go through a lot of effort to make sure that our bid packages are in compliance along with the other bidders that submitted a proposal for this project. So we're not super happy that county is choosing to overlook this minor bid irregularity, but we understand the money situation, your budget constraints, and obviously we were quite a bit higher, over 18% higher than the apparent low bidder, but we believe, the second low responsible bidder. So I'll leave it at that and let people take it from here.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
CSI, I take it's not on? No.
Not that I can see.
So, again, many bid openings that I've conducted in my career, and it's almost 40 years in civil engineering, have minor irregularities. And I waive those, and sometimes there are situations in bids that I find really serious that go to what I believe is an inability of a low bidder to perform for the public. So I will make a decision, to go with a second lowest bidder if I really feel it's the greater public interest to do that. I did not in this case. However, you have the advice of counsel, you have that information. I guess you're judging whether I should have waived that particular condition or not. So I'll leave it to this panel and your counsel. I chose to waive it. It was basically, their statement of qualifications that wasn't with the package, but it was provided, and I just consider that to be minor.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
You said it wasn't in the package, but it was provided. Could you help me understand that?
Later, it was provided after the bid.
Mm-hmm. Is that still considered timely?
I thought so. And it wasn't germane to the actual numbers in the bid. It didn't alter anything. It was just providing their statement of qualifications. I likened it to, if I apply for a job and I forget to attach my resume, that's kind of a boneheaded move, and it maybe doesn't look good to who's going to hire me, but I can easily, here's my resume, and give it to them late. That's how I looked at this.
Thank you.
Right, any further questions, comments from the board? So really, the question is that it was this one issue about the evidence of competency that wasn't included in the original packet, and that's what Argonaut is disputing.
They list several other things if you read through their letters, but that is the one at least they highlighted today.
And that's, yeah, okay. And so we have that evidence of competency from CSI.
Correct. Albeit tardy. It was tardy, yes.
And they are the lowest bidder by 18% or what?
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Did the competency change from the deadline of bid to when you received it?
Likely not.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not terribly concerned about this at this point in time, but I wanted to look to County Council and see if they had any comments for this board's consideration.
Through the chair, Charlotte Scott, County Council. I think just if you had any questions, I think that as the item shows, there are two proposed resolutions, but the board really has three options. One is Resolution A, which adopts the lowest bidder and with the findings as summarized somewhat by the Director DeShiel. Option Resolution B, which would find that would grant the protest and find that you would go with Argonaut through Resolution B, and then their third option is to reject all bids. I'm hearing the department hasn't changed sort of their recommendation, but I defer to the board if they have any other questions.
Right. Seeing no further questions, we'll go to public comment. Any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, we'll go back to the board. So we need a motion on whether to accept Resolution A or Resolution B or some other option.
I'll move approval for Resolution A, which affirms the director's choice and award to CSI.
Second.
Okay. All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're going to adjourn to closed session now. We're going to, let's see, the board will now adjourn to closed session to hear items 6A and 6B, or 6A has been withdrawn, or is it
I can correct that. Thank you, Charlotte Scott, County Council. We are withdrawing 6B.
6B.
And proceeding with 6A.
Okay, and the board will reconvene no earlier than 1 o'clock. Is there any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right. Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the chair script had dictated 1 o'clock, but I wondered if the board might, obviously it's the chair's discretion, but we might be able to come back a little bit earlier and move on with our business for the day. So I was wondering if you might like to say 12:30, for instance, and then we could come back a little bit earlier. Otherwise, we will not be able to come back until 1 p.m.
Okay, if people want to come back at no earlier than 12:30, that would be great.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo, muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me. I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting program.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're gonna do, what you're gonna take with you, how you're gonna communicate, where you're gonna go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
We're going to call the meeting back to order. We're going to go to item 4G, noticed public hearing, discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the Mendocino Historical Review Board's denial of Mendocino Historical Review Board application.
Excuse me, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt. We need a report out of closed.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Reporting out of closed, nothing to report. Going back to item 4G, which is the noticed public hearing, discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the Mendocino Historical Review Board's denial of Mendocino Historical Review Board application MHRB 2024-0009 to replace an existing water tower staircase attached to a commercial structure with a new staircase located at 45040 Main Street, Mendocino, APN 119-238-10, including possible adoption of a resolution reversing the denial of application MHRB 2024-0009. Right, clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence received has been sent to your email.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing and let's see, staff.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. I'll turn it over to Liam Crowley, who is the project planner for this application.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is Liam from Planning and Building Services. So as was stated previously, this is an appeal of the Mendocino Historical.
Let's see, can you move the microphone a little closer?
Sure, yeah. How about that? Is that okay? A little better?
A little better.
Okay, yeah. I'll try and speak up a little bit. So again, this is an appeal of the Mendocino Historical Review Board's denial of application MHRB 2024-0009. Property owner is Main Street Mendo LLC. The appellant is Jennifer Raymond, and Liam is me. Next slide, please. So just to get a sense of the location of this project, this map on the left shows the town of Mendocino, and you can see it highlighted in red. The site is right on Main Street in Mendocino. And the subject of this appeal is this water tower structure on the right, which is attached to the Flow restaurant to the left. And the water tower provides access through a stairway to the second floor of that structure, which is where Flow restaurant is. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background about this structure in particular. It was originally constructed in 1904 in a different location at the Mendoza store property, which is on Lansing Street. And according to files that we obtained from the Kelly House Museum and also research that was done by Eleanor Sverko in preparation of the Mendocino Town Plan, in 1923, a windmill was removed and the water tank on top of the tower was replaced with a larger tank. And then between 1975 and 1976, the tower was deemed unsafe, and it was deconstructed and reconstructed at its current location on Main Street. During that reconstruction process, some of the damaged beams were cut, which lowered the overall height of the tower by about 6 feet. And then between 2012 and 2020, various repairs to the water tower were completed. And then in 2022, the same owner and the same applicant submitted a Mendocino Historical Review Board application. And that first application was to demolish this water tower structure and replace it with a new enclosed staircase structure. And that original structure from that first application was, the design of that structure was really intended to match the attached building that houses Flow restaurant. So that first application went to the Mendocino Historical Review Board in 2022, and at the first public hearing for that project, the review board decided to continue the hearing and directed the applicant to essentially prepare a second design that more closely resembled the design of the existing water tower and other water towers in the historical district in Mendocino. And so the applicant did that, and they came back with a second design that was intended to more closely resemble, as I mentioned, water towers in the town of Mendocino. And you can see both of those original designs, the first and second design in the application packet. I think I have an image later on in the presentation, but ultimately, that second design was denied by the Mendocino Historical Review Board. And so in 2023, the applicants submitted a second application, which is what you see before you today. And that third design, which I'll get into the details of that in a later slide, but that third design was also denied by the Mendocino Historical Review Board. And then in 2024, in the same year, in 2024, the applicant also submitted a hardship waiver, which came before the board late last year. And I'll get into the details of that hardship waiver application in a bit. But yeah, as I mentioned, that third design was denied by the review board, and shortly thereafter, this appeal was filed. Next slide, please. So the project that's before you today involves demolishing the existing water tower and replacing it with a new staircase that's shown in this image to the right. So this is an unenclosed staircase that is fairly simple design, and the project would also involve rerouting a wooden path that currently travels in between the water tower and the attached structure, and it would reroute the wooden path to basically be to the east of the new staircase. So in this image, if you're looking at the south elevation, it would be to the right of that. The project would also involve installing a new sidewalk drain pipe and new park benches as shown in that image. Next slide, please. So when reviewing this application, there's a few different standards that we follow as staff to determine whether or not when we give our recommendation on the project, and that includes the Mendocino Town Zoning Code, the policies of the Mendocino Town Plan, and the Mendocino Historic Review Board Design Guidelines from 1987. And there's 3 findings that have to be made in order to approve a MHRB application. And I've just copied and pasted those on this slide here. So the first one is, well, I think perhaps the most important one out of these 3 for this particular case is finding C, which says where the proposed work consists of alteration or demolition of an existing structure, such work will not unnecessarily damage or destroy a structure of historical, architectural, or cultural significance. So you can kind of see there's 2 parts to that finding. The first one is to determine whether or not the structure that's being demolished is actually historically, architecturally, or culturally significant. And if it is, to determine whether or not the demolition of that structure is necessary or unnecessary. And so the other findings here, the exterior appearance and design of the proposed work is in harmony with the exterior appearance and design of existing structures within the district and that of the existing subject structure, if any. And the appearance of the proposed work will not detract from the appearance of other property within the district. Next slide, please. So getting into staff's analysis of this project and the appeal, as I mentioned, finding C seems to be the most important finding here for this particular item, and so I'm addressing that one first. And really, what our analysis boils down to is that we don't consider the structure to be historically, architecturally, or culturally significant because it's not listed in the inventory of historic structures within the Mendocino Town Plan. It doesn't meet the definition of a landmark structure. Its significance, whatever significance it may have had, has been diminished by its deconstruction and reconstruction and architectural modifications that have happened in 1975 and 1976. And it's not subject to the duty to maintain regulations. And that goes back to the hardship waiver that I mentioned earlier. So when the applicant submitted this hardship waiver, the purpose of the hardship waiver is essentially to defer the enforcement of the county's duty to maintain provisions, which are in the Mendocino Town zoning code. And those the structures that qualify for that duty to maintain regulation are those that are listed in the inventory of historic structures. And so because this structure is not listed in the inventory, it's not subject to the duty to maintain regulations, and therefore that hardship waiver, which was requesting this deferred enforcement of the duty to maintain provisions, no longer applied. So that covers finding C. And then finding A, the replacement structure and the other development that's proposed as part of this application is in harmony with the district and the attached building. It's using similar materials to and a similar design to other staircases in the district. And there's a couple other staircases, similar staircases along Main Street. And then finding B, the structure will not, as I mentioned before, finding B is that the appearance of the proposed work will not detract from the appearance of other property in the district. And so we don't see this project as detracting from the appearance of other property because the proposed staircase is smaller in scale than the existing water tower, and therefore it won't impair views, and by virtue of the fact that it's not considered historically significant. And this image on the right here is an excerpt from a 1993 journal about historical structures in the town of Mendocino, and it shows what the water tower looked like when it was on the property, the Mendoza store property on Lansing Street in the early 1900s. Next slide, please. So a couple other considerations for this appeal. One of them has to do with accessibility. So normally, well, I should go back and mention that in its current design, the water tower staircase doesn't allow people in a wheelchair to get to the second floor where the restaurant's located. And normally when you get construction projects, if the cost of the project is over around $200,000, then the site needs to be brought into full compliance with accessibility regulations. And that would include an accessible path of travel to the second floor where that restaurant is. And that usually involves the installation of an elevator or a lift to the second floor. If the cost of the project is below that $200,000 threshold, then the cost of upgrading the accessibility of the site is limited to 20% of whatever that the cost of the project is. So there was a question that was brought up in prior hearings about whether or not a full removal and complete reconstruction of the existing water tower in its same design would trigger these accessibility upgrade requirements. And our conclusion was that would be the case based on an estimate that the applicant provided that states that full removal and reconstruction of the tower would be over that threshold. And so if the tower were to be reconstructed in its same configuration, some sort of accessible path of travel would have to be included to that second floor. As far as the application that you see before you right now for the proposal to replace the water tower with a staircase, the applicant also provided an estimate for that project, which would be $88,000, which is of course below the threshold. And so the cost of upgrading the accessibility of the site would be limited to 20% of $88,000, which I think is around $17,000 or so. And $17,000 is almost certainly not enough to install an elevator or a lift to the second floor of this site. However, the applicant has expressed some interest in being able to provide that accessibility, that accessible path of travel to the second floor. And so there was some discussion about whether or not the board could essentially, if they desired to, could essentially revert back to and approve a design that was part of previous application. So what you see before you on this slide on the right is the second design that was proposed and denied by the review board. And so that enclosed water tower structure would have allowed an elevator or a lift to be installed within it, whereas the current design that you see before you today would not allow it because the lift or elevator would of course have to be enclosed from the elements. However, we ultimately determined that the board would not be able to essentially revert back to one of those designs that were previously denied by the review board because those designs were in a separate application, and that separate application wasn't reviewed by the review board during the hearing for this current application. And essentially, it's an entirely separate issue. And there is a clause in the zoning code that talks about this, and it says, appeals from a decision of the review board shall be based upon the information available in the public record on the date of the review board's decision, and no new information shall be submitted except a statement supporting the grounds for appeal. So essentially, because those original designs that would have been able to include an elevator or a lift weren't discussed by the MHRB as part of this current application that's being appealed, the board would not be able to approve one of those original designs if they desired to. And so our recommendation is, if the board goes in that direction, that they would instead remand the project back to the MHRB to discuss those alternative designs further. And then lastly, we determined that the project is exempt from CEQA. Next slide, please. And so there's 4 options available to the board. The first is to affirm the Mendocino Historical Review Board's decision and deny this application with specific findings that outline why those required findings can't be met. The second option is to reverse the decision and approve the project in accordance with the attached resolution, and that's what staff is recommending. Third option is to modify the project, but as I mentioned before, any sort of modification to the project would have to be based on information that was included in the record at the time that the review board made their decision. And the last option, again, as I mentioned, is to remand the project back to the MHRB for further consideration. So again, staff's recommendation is number 2, to reverse and approve the project in accordance with the attached resolution. And that's primarily because we concluded that the structure is not of historical, cultural, or architectural significance. So that's all I have, and I'm available for any questions.
Yeah, how did you determine this CEQA exemption?
So there's it's written in the memorandum, but there's an exemption. There's a list of categorical exemptions for CEQA provided in the California Code of Regulations. One of those is for the demolition and removal of individual small structures. And the second is for... Oh,
go ahead.
Second is for new construction or conversion of small structures, including accessory structures. And so we essentially view this as meeting the plain language that's in the
So I was looking at CEQA guideline 15300.2F. Quote, a categorical exemption shall not be used for a project which may cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historical resource. So I think the question is it a historic resource? And this is a building is 120 years old roughly, and it was moved 50 years ago. And I reading through the attachments, there's an argument that it's not historical because it was moved. But I could also see the perspective that it was recognized as historical, therefore it wasn't demolished, it was moved. There are other buildings in the town of Mendocino that are highly historic that have been relocated, may have been relocated to make room for Lansing Street to be put in. You wouldn't say you can tear down the Mendocino Hotel or the McCollum House or the Masonic Temple today, right? Those are historic buildings. The fact of whether or not one of them had been moved seems irrelevant. It's the structure, it's not the exact location on the ground. Under CEQA guideline 15064.5, structure is considered a historic resource if it has been determined by the local lead agency to be of historic significance. When you look at the formation document of the historic district, it touched on water towers being unique to the town. So if you take all the water towers out of the town today, if you allow demolition of all of those structures, that's going against the formation of the district, the uniqueness that was cited. So if you're nibbling away, taking away one of those, how is that not the same? Seems like it's a historic resource.
This is Liam. I would say that's a fair argument. I would say, yeah, that's a fair argument to make. As far as the CEQA determination specifically, I would say that we would determine that that exception to the exemption doesn't necessarily apply because we are determining that the structure is not historically significant. And our kind of determination was based not only on the fact that it was demolished and relocated, but simply by virtue of the fact that it's not listed in the inventory that was completed. And so the county has not officially recognized this structure as historic in that appendix to the town plan.
Understood, but there are a lot of structures that are not on that list of historic. In fact, there was a funding problem that didn't allow that process to continue, right? And there's 40 or 50 years of trying to finish the inventory. It was due to funding, not lack of wanting to have a full inventory of historic structures. If the county were to authorize the demolition of all buildings not on the list, I think we would have an outraged public because there are a lot of buildings that are considered historic. So I don't know if that's a fair test. There's a local control issue that we have a board that oversees this district. They made a determination, and now the Board of Supervisors is looking at, did they make the wrong, was their process inappropriate in some way? And I think what they determined is it's a historic district. This is a historic structure. There's a duty to maintain it. Why would the Board of Supervisors overturn that?
I'm not sure if that's a question that staff can necessarily answer.
Okay, well then last, I looked at the Secretary of the Interior's Historic Preservation Guidelines uses 50 years as the threshold to consider historic preservation. Therefore, even after the relocation, it's been 50 years, we would consider that to be a historic structure. It's a structure that's unique. It's in a historic town. It's been preserved. There's a local board overseeing the district that has decided 3 times that it has historic significance. What is the argument that they're wrong? Because I think that's what we have to find. It's not, do we support historic preservation? There is a historic district. It's, do we find that we should overturn a decision made by the local board?
So I'll just note, Julia Krog, Planning Building Services Director, I think that our staff memorandum and then the presentation laid out the reasons why staff came to the conclusion to not consider it a historic structure. But certainly this board has that authority to decide how you want to act on the appeal.
So Director, I'm almost done, John. Director, would you consider water towers in the aggregate to be a historic structure for preservation? All of the water towers of Mendocino.
I think we certainly see them mentioned throughout some of the documentation talking about the history of the town of Mendocino. Many of those that are in some of those early books, those towers are gone.
Yeah.
And I think the difference between some of those towers and this particular tower, this is one of 2 towers in the town of Mendocino that was deconstructed and moved. And so I think really where staff came to our conclusion was because of the factor that it was deconstructed, it was changed in the architectural appearance of the structure, moved to a new location, reassembled, has had alterations made to it. So it may not be in that same category as those that have stayed in the same location, same condition,
right.
Throughout time.
Understood the argument. Last, there's a 1-page engineer's report. It's a little bit thin. I mean, I imagine that's what the work they were commissioned to do is represented. It shows a screwdriver and a tape measure, as I remember. Do you know if in addition, were there any core samples to document whether there's internal rot and what the material strength may be?
This is Liam. I can respond to that.
Yeah.
So I don't believe any core samples were taken. We did discuss the engineering assessments that were submitted with our building division, and we essentially asked them whether or not this engineering assessment would be sufficient for their standards, and they gave us an affirmative. They mentioned that doing a core sample of the structure might further, I guess, endanger the structure due to the deterioration.
Any structural load analysis, foundation analysis, or any alternatives to reinforcement or repair? What I'm getting at is demolition the only option? Is it a demolish and rebuild, or is there an option to repair? And that's not clear to me from the report.
Yeah, this is Liam again. There were a couple suggestions at the MHRB hearing about potential methods of repair that included a epoxy repair, replacing individual pieces of the structure, and I'm forgetting what the third one. Yeah, a steel support structure was the third mentioned, and there was a supplemental memo that was provided to the board that kind of discusses it, but the second engineering assessment that was submitted goes over those three suggestions at the meeting, and their conclusion was essentially that the epoxy repair wouldn't work with the rectangular members of the water tower, that the piece replacement would require virtually every member to be replaced with decay-resistant lumber, which would either be pressure-treated wood, which according to the engineer may not be considered historic, or would have to be old-growth redwood, which again according to the engineer is not commercially available. And then the steel support structure, the engineer said that would be theoretically feasible, but it would require a certain amount of crisscrossing 6-inch diameter tubes across the structure that would require repainting to prevent rust. And the engineer ultimately concluded that the cost of that support structure would be, quote, astronomical and, quote, not historically accurate.
Right. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you. I had a question about the historic inventory. What's the process? How is that done? Can a community member move to have something added to this inventory list?
Thank you for that question. So that list has been the same since 1979. So it was produced as part of the formation of the local coastal program and then forming into the town plan that was first adopted in 1992. So that's been an attachment. It's an appendix in our town plan and also the updated town plan from 2017. There is some provisions in the regulations that surround the Historical Review Board that do provide that, I think it's the review board may have a pathway that they can recommend that some items be included for historical significance, or certainly that certain types of design standards may be modified, but I do think any change to that inventory would be something that we'd probably be taking through an LCP amendment process, since it is an appendix to our LCP, but that's something I would want to discuss with the Coastal Commission staff. So I think it would be something we'd have to do a little bit more research on that component. I will note that the other structures on this same parcel were evaluated as part of that inventory for their historical significance, and the structure that this water tower is attached to is deemed non-historic.
What happens if the water tower becomes so decrepit that it's red tagged? Then what would happen to access to the restaurant?
So that's a challenging hypothetical question, but I would say if it was essentially determined to be unsafe and said that you cannot continue to utilize this, I'm not sure if there's any other alternative means of access to that restaurant space, but it could mean that that space could not be utilized until the the risk is addressed either through, modifications done to the structure to make it structurally sound, or alternative access established.
Yeah, this is Liam again, if I may. Just to add on to that a little bit, it's my understanding that that water tower is the only public access to the second floor of the restaurant, and there isn't an internal public access. So there would have to be some sort of secondary access created to that second floor.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions from the board?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
If the board recognizes it as a historic structure, is it accurate that demolition for convenience or private economic reason is not an exemption, even if the report claims end of life? I don't see anywhere in CEQA an exemption because of the economic implications of repair.
Yeah, this is Liam again. So I think if the board were to consider this structure historically significant in terms of CEQA, that would warrant further analysis by planning and building, and probably come back with probably an initial study under CEQA to further evaluate the significance of that. And then as far as the kind of Mendocino Town zoning code side of things, that, as I mentioned before, that finding C is two-parted. So if the structure were to be deemed historically significant, then the next question would be, would the demolition of that structure be necessary or unnecessary? And in our evaluation, based on the engineer's assessment that was submitted, the cost estimates that were submitted, the wood and fungus report, or the termite and fungus inspection report that was submitted, all, in our opinion, would warrant that the structure would necessarily need to be demolished due to its
my concern is, and this is the overarching concern, is it a historic resource? And if you ask the board that oversees the historic district, they're going to say yes. I think they've said yes multiple times in various ways. That's what I read out of the thread to date. And if you ask locals, they're going to say absolutely it is. You have books about the uniqueness of water towers. The fact that it was moved, it was preserved because it was historic. You have 50 years as a benchmark for what's a historic structure. This is 120 years old. I don't see how the county can make an argument that it's not a historic structure under CEQA.
All right, seeing no further questions from the board, we'll go to the appellant presentation, which is 20 minutes maximum, and the clerk will time the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Brian Momsen. I'm a local attorney who represents the applicant, Main Street Mendo LLC, and their agent, Jennifer Raymond. There is absolutely no legal basis for you to decide that this is a historical structure of significance. There's law in this, and as a property owner, the owners have to know what the law is and what their investment-backed expectations are before they buy the property. First of all, this structure is not on the list of historically significant structures. So when they applied for a hardship to say they need to take this down, the planning director denied that because the structure was not on the list to begin with. There was some wiggle room about a structure of historical importance, not significance, but that now has been vetted by Mr. Crowley in his staff report. Liam, could you put up that slide you had when I came in with showing the old tower, Mendoza's? What this is going to show is, and I think this goes to the heart of what Supervisor Williams said, this isn't a tower that was taken apart and reconstructed the same way across town like other towers were. If you look at this, it's much higher than the current structure. And what happened is this tower actually did receive a permit from the Historical Review Board in 1975 to be demolished. And there was like a grassroots movement by some people who ended up buying it for $1 and taking it apart and reconstructing what you see now at Main Street. But what they constructed may have used some of these materials, but it's not the same structure. This is a higher tower. The structure now at Main Street has a stairway inside it. This didn't have a stairway. The tank on top of the Mendoza's tower never even made it to Main Street. The tank there now is a plastic tank has a redwood covering to look historical, and that's not even on the tower, it's to the side of it. So what's there now is, I understand what Mr. Williams is saying, that he represents the coastal district, and a lot of people like what's there now. It's been there since they were kids, but it's only been there 50 years. It's not the same structure as this in this picture. And to burden a landowner with like after the fact regulations that never existed until now. They could buy this property and look and say, oh, this stairway and tower is not on the historical significant buildings list, so these duties to maintain don't apply because it's not on the list. It's not the same structure as what was moved from across town. It can't be considered the same. So I shouldn't have to replace it at a cost of $500,000, which is what we're looking at here in the estimates we provided, or even maintain it, which they did anyway. There's evidence that they did try to repair it over the years. I mean, this structure had a pretty good run for the last 50 years, and those individuals should be commended for saving it back when they did, but it's definitely at the end of its useful life now. The engineering report wasn't one page, it was several pages. The engineer could stick a screwdriver like several inches into one of the beams. It's just full of rot. Some of the wood is over 100 years old, but it's not the same structure. The metal joints were rotting. You have to at least base your decision on substantial evidence that's in the record, not conjecture or just people complaining that they don't want to see this go. The only professional evidence in the record are these engineers' reports, Duncan Engineering, and there's a termite report also. Both say that this structure needs to come down now. I mean, it probably could be red tagged now. So this property owner's in a situation where all they're trying to do is remove something that's dangerous and replace it with another stairway. And they've been 3 years in this process when considering the other initial applications to the Historical Review Board. They tried to come back with different designs to satisfy the review board, and everything they submitted was rejected. So this design was made more simple, and it's just a redwood staircase. And they are willing to make it ADA compliant, but that's really not before this board right now. But there's nothing about the current design that would prohibit them from doing that in the future with another application. But the main message here is there needs to be a rule of law. The law on the books is that this is not historical. There's no law on the books saying if you take part of a historical structure from across town and rebuild something different that's for a different use, a stairway to a restaurant, not a water tower, that should be historical because people like it, which is essentially the position I'm hearing from some of the supervisors here today, and essentially what the review board did. I mean, they based it on emotion and their liking for what's there now, and not on the rule of law. So I would urge you to follow your staff's recommendation. You are the guardians of public safety and need to follow the law and have this structure replaced with something safe immediately. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Raymond, unless anyone has any questions.
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
Are all the water towers that exist in the town of Mendocino on the historical review list?
I don't know the answer to that question. I did read some of the newspaper articles that were in Mr. Crowley's staff report. I know that this one isn't, but I don't know about the other ones. Maybe Mr. Crowley might know.
This is Liam. I don't know the answer to that question either. It would take some research on my part.
Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I'll note that I think I have seen reference to some water towers, but not all, and I can't tell you the significance of what they were determined under there off the top of my head.
Okay, so that was my understanding too, that some are and some aren't.
And I did see in one of the articles that there was another tower that was transported and rebuilt, but rebuilt as a tower, not a staircase to a restaurant. Do you want to speak? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Raymond, and I am one of the owners of this property. When my brothers and I acquired this property in 2021, we never dreamed we would be asking to demolish this water tower. We were present when this water tower was constructed. We knew Barry Cusick and Jim Coupé. In fact, they were friends of our family. And this water tower has been a part of this property for most of our lives. We don't hate the water tower. However, when we acquired the property, I was approached by Matt O'Halloran, who had been the maintenance person for the property for many years, and he wanted to talk to me about his concerns regarding the safety of the water tower. He took me on a tour all the way through the water tower, all the way up to the top, and showed me many, many instances of rot and of stairs that were no longer attached where they needed to be attached. And it was pretty horrifying to me. We had no idea that the tower was in such poor condition. So we approached a licensed building contractor to make the repairs. That contractor examined the tower and came away saying, I cannot repair this tower. It needs to be completely replaced. We contacted a second licensed contractor about repairs, and we were told the same thing. At that point, we turned to a structural engineer to get his assessment of the tower, asking him to inspect the tower and let us know what our options were. He did so, and you have his report in your notes. It is more than just one page, it is several pages. And his conclusion, in short, was that this water tower is at the end of its useful life and it needs to be removed or replaced. We then looked into replacing the water tower. We contacted an architect, Kelly Grimes, in Mendocino, and we had him draw up plans for replacing the water tower. The problem with replacing it as is that due to the expense and the significance of the project, the water tower as is would not meet with current building standards. It would have to be modified, and it would not meet with accessibility requirements. We would have to install a lift, and there is no way a lift could be installed in this water tower with its current design, even if we were to take the whole thing down and rebuild it with brand new redwood. We can't meet ADA requirements. We can't meet the current building code. With the water tower as it is there, it would have to be modified. Kelly Grimes came up with a design which we presented to the review board, and as Liam mentioned, the review board asked us to go back, make something that looked more like a water tower. So we came back again, and we were denied. Finally, we felt that the only thing to do was to ask to have the water tower demolished, because we are living under the shadow of a huge structure that has been deemed by an engineer to be unsafe to the public. And we are stuck with the liability of that structure. We don't want to take the water tower down. We don't have any other option. The water tower needs to come down, and we need to provide access to the second floor adjacent building. And that's what the application that we submitted to Mendocino Historic Review Board this last time was about. And we're appealing to you. We hope that you supervisors will use common sense. Yeah, we all love the water tower, but common sense says it is a dangerous structure and it needs to be removed. Please understand that and help us get this liability out of our lives. Thank you.
Supervisor Norvell.
When your plan was denied and you were asked to come back with a different design that looks more like a water tower?
Yes.
And that was denied?
That was the design actually that Liam had up there showing you.
What was the reason for denial?
The reason for denial that time was that there was a question about whether the water tower was really in such bad condition that it needed to be taken down. And it was subsequent to that that we obtained the engineering report to verify that, yes, according to a structural engineer, the water tower is not stable.
Okay, so I'm trying to help understand that process. So you submitted a plan, it was denied, they wanted something that looked more like a water tower.
Yes.
Which you did, and then it was denied based on the question whether it needed to be replaced at all.
That was one of the arguments for the denial, was questioning that that the tower really needed to be replaced.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Quick before the presentation's over, the applicant and Ms. Raymond would prefer not to have a remand back to the Historical Review Board. We would like a decision on this application that's before you today. It's been 3 years and they need a decision. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to any public input, public comment. Any in the room?
Madam, gentlemen, my name is Tom Hudson. I live in Albion. I am married to Pamela Hudson, who is a real estate person, and she represents the owner of this property. So I'm not involved, though I'm retired and I don't do anything, and I'm not going to start here doing something. But I want to comment to Mr. Williams about the comment you made regarding the 2-page report of Mr. Duncan. If you include the attachments to that report, it's probably 50 pages. The substance of that report is at least 5 or 6 pages, and it is a bullet report. Mr. Duncan is a structural engineer, graduate engineer. These guys are not the same thing as your average run-of-the-mill architects and engineers. These structural engineer people are far more detailed and qualified to talk about buildings than anybody else. His report is replete with statements that the building should be replaced. I remember reading one of his attachments about locating. He has a diagram that locates every spot that he found dry rotted. I think there are 50 or so of those spots on that diagram. Most of those spots on that diagram are only beginning of dry rot examination. If you looked at those spots, according to his report, there are collateral spots that aren't separately identified. His report is that this is not a place that's safe for people to be in, or even next to it. Based on what he says, it scared me to be next to it. I don't know how come this thing hadn't been red tagged. I'll be honest with you. Part of the reason I don't know is because I don't know what the red tag process is. But that seems to me to be a real serious issue, and that if I was a member of the board, I'd want to ask somebody why this place wasn't red flagged, and what is the process to get it red flagged? Because it seems scary that we are having us and our neighbors and our friends and our tourist friends that come up here in this building and work in this building, and the damn thing should be red tagged. It should be done. That report of Mr. Duncan's should be, in my mind, it should be the first and the last word spoken on this building. And I would suggest maybe if you're not sure, reread it, and this time read it slower, because it is a significant report, and I think it scared me, and I think it should scare most of us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Kavanaugh. I live in Mendocino Village. There's been a misguided assumption that this century-old water tower has no historic value because it was repurposed as a stairwell. But nearly every historic water tower in our village has been rehabilitated as part of its preservation. And just because they contain commercial shops or bedrooms or even stairwells does not grant any party the right to destroy them. These towers are federally protected icons of our National Historic District. In fact, federal regulatory standards that protect our village cover rehabilitated structures such as this tower. These standards support, as you pointed out, quote, a compatible use for a property through repair, alterations, and additions while preserving those portions or features which convey its historical, cultural, or architectural values. I encourage you to read the engineering report. It does not recommend destruction or removal. The report says, and I quote, the building's use should be phased out. Furthermore, and in keeping with the report, the Mendocino Historical Review Board offered the applicant a continuance to pursue a practical and feasible way forward. That is, stop using the water tower as a stairwell and instead provide second floor access within the actual commercial building. This would drastically reduce costs to repair and preserve the tower because public access and wear would no longer be an issue. However, the applicant has chosen to dismiss this solution. They say it's not possible to provide second floor ADA compatible access within the nearly 7,400 square foot building. But they have not presented any evidence or a single architect to support them in this assertion. They also poke holes in multiple strategies for repairing the tower, but they never acknowledge nor refute the most proven and cost-effective solution, which has been offered by the MHRB since February 2nd, 2023. This was to sheathe inside the tower to both reinforce and protect the structure. A solution that has saved multiple towers in our town from being, quote,
Okay.
unnecessarily destroyed.
Wrap it up, please.
Okay. Finally, the Skybridge design is not in harmony with any other staircase in Mendocino and does not allow people with disabilities to access the restaurant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments in the chambers, are there any online?
Seeing one online. Oh. No longer seeing one online.
All right. We'll go back to the board, and if that person comes online, let me know.
Oh, they're back.
Okay.
It's Anna Marie.
Hi. Do not reverse the denial of the MHRB to tear down this tower. Many letters that you've received make clear that that's not an option. Every landowner in Mendocino is aware that they need to follow the guidelines from the MHRB, have a duty to maintain the structures of historic significance, and cannot demolish them if they are allowed to neglect them. Despite the applicant's claim to the contrary, the MHRB staff report was correct in pointing out the structures can be considered historically important due to its known construction date and additional historical research conducted by the Kelly House Museum. Yes, it would cost close to $400,000 to tear down and rebuild. 3 times the applicant tried to get permission to tear down this tower, and it wasn't granted. The owners have put up the property for sale and have ignored the excellent recommendation of the board to incorporate second floor ADA compatible access within the commercial building. A second opinion is needed by an engineer that can come up with ways to keep that tower. Mendocino once used to have many of them. There's hardly any left, at least not accessible to non-paying customers. And the history of this known tower was misrepresented by the owner. It is the mandate of MHRB to protect this, and it is the mandate of the Board of Supervisors to support their decision. In Europe, they value historic structures, pay for maintaining, protecting them, and many are listed as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. For example, like the 14 towers in San Gimignano and also the Tower of Pisa. The resolution that you listed as number 3 is wrong because this tower is significant even though it's not listed as a landmark, not listed on the historical structure inventory. It's also not listed that this decision can be appealed to the Coastal Commission. And I'm asking you to listen to what John Kavanaugh said, the many letters that you received, and also please continue to protect this important and historic water tower by denying this appeal. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other comments online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board. Oh, hold on. The appellants are allowed 5 minutes for final remarks.
I don't have much to add to what I said earlier. Most of the opposition is based on liking the current tower that was just built with refurbished material from the real historical structure, which was built behind Mendoza's in 1904. This was built in the 1970s as a stairway. There are no rules or regulations requiring my clients to preserve it or keep it. The historically important code section went over in much detail by Mr. Crowley in his staff report. And they may know the construction date of the original tower, which was 1904 by Mendoza's, but again, this is not that structure. It's a different structure, rebuilt with perhaps some of the wood from the old structure, but not even the tank, and it's used as a stairway, not a water tower. So there would be no rule of law to require an owner to be saddled with those duties to maintain or to rebuild it's actually more than $400,000 when you consider the foundation might have to be replaced and the ADA access wasn't factored into the $380,000 estimate. So it's cost prohibitive. There was a grassroots movement to buy the old tower in 1975 and rebuild it somewhere else. Maybe something like that could happen here as well if this application is approved. But this isn't that difficult. The tower is infirm, its life is over. There's not regulations saying that the property owners needed to maintain it or preserve it. There's a lot of emotion here, understandably, but your job is to follow the law. Unless Ms. Raymond has something else, that's all I have. All right, thank you.
All right. I'll look to staff for final remarks.
This is Liam. I have nothing further, but I'll defer to my boss if she has any.
No further comments from staff. We're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Question for staff. So when the hardship waiver came in front of the board, it was denied based on the fact that it was not historical? Is that correct?
That's correct, and I'll just clarify that that section of code is very clear that the duty to maintain it references the appendix contained in the town plan. So it doesn't really leave discretion to determine whether or not the structure is historical. It clearly references if you're listed as a historic structure in the inventory, you are subject to those duty to maintain provisions.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
So one of the difficulties I have, and I'm generally on the private property rights side, but I'm recognizing that there's property rights in the town that are dependent on projects like demolition. So in the town plan section 20-123, quote, the Mendocino Historical Review Board may not approve or conditionally approve any application for proposed work unless it affirmatively finds, among other items, that the proposed work or demolition of an existing structure, that such work will not necessarily damage or destroy a structure of historic, architectural, or cultural significance. And it seems MHRB found that there's historic, cultural, or historic significance. So I feel for the applicant on the cost of rebuild, sticker shock, it's a really large number. But the counter to that is, do you allow buildings that are historic to not be maintained so that you can come before the county and get a permit to demolish, right? I think there is a duty to maintain commercial structures in a historic district. So if you allow one water tower to be removed, you're just nibbling away at a historic district. The other water towers will likely come before the county for removal as well. Same arguments, built around the same time, materials probably in the same condition if not maintained. So, any one item being pulled out of a historic district, you may not notice, but if you start using that as a pattern of demolishing water tanks and taking away local control, suddenly you don't have a historic district.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I guess so I hear you, Supervisor Williams, and I don't envy you for being in this position. I am taking a lot of the public comments as what the appellant's attorney has said is feelings and emotions, right? I think if you tried to get that water tower on the list yesterday, it would probably happen very easily. But the fact is that it's not. I don't know why it didn't happen then. You mentioned that they ran out of money. But you know what? I'm with you on the property right thing. So this owner purchases this property with the understanding that they're not obligated to keep it, right? It sounds to me like they've tried very hard to keep this thing, and they've been denied at every turn. Asked to come back with a design that resembles a water tower, and was denied. I don't want to speak ill of the board, but I don't have the confidence that if we send this back to them, that this will ever get resolved. I think about the steps at the corner down the street that took forever to come up with an ADA access. I just don't have the confidence that they're going to be able to make a decision in a timely manner that's going to let this property owner keep her business open. The attorney, I think, to me, did a really good job of explaining the rule of law. I would love to save this water tower, but I think what's put in front of us is to decide what the law is. And, you know, we can't put feelings and emotions and opinions into what the law says. I think the staff's done a good job. I don't think they set out on this to tear down the water tower. I would imagine that they probably spent an ample amount of time looking at both sides, and this is what they came up with. Questioning the engineer. I'm certainly not going to go down that road. I'm not an engineer. I know the man. You may find an engineer that will give you a biased report. That's not going to be Mr. Duncan. I can promise you that. So I'm leading, and I don't know how you're going to do it, but I'm more than willing to listen to change my mind. But I'm leaning towards staff's recommendation.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I'm also leaning towards staff's recommendation, and I hope that there are members of the community or others that want to step forward and hopefully work with the owner to take the materials and have a water tower-like structure somewhere else. I see that this process for this applicant has been very, very lengthy and expensive, and I also don't necessarily know that everything that goes before local boards is based in law and is not based in emotion. And I think that our job is to determine, does it meet the qualifications or not? And it's not on the historic list, so it does not meet those qualifications. So I would make a motion to go with staff's recommended action.
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, one final question for County Council. Council, what is the county's risk of liability if we're sued on grounds that it's a historic structure and we violated CEQA?
I can't give you thorough analysis. I haven't been asked that, but I have heard from staff who have done the research on what forms the basis of a historical significance and a very thorough presentation. I think that I can't tell you how anyone would proceed in response, but I do think there is a basis for the findings presented in the staff recommendation.
Well, I guess the flip side of that question too is what would be the county's liability if we just allowed this stairway in the water tower to exist and it's not safe and something happens? Supervisor Williams.
Has the county building department found it to not be safe? Do we have that as a conclusion? Is the structure red tagged, condemned, so forth?
I can respond to that. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So no, the building department has not been to this particular site. However, we did send a copy of the structural engineer's assessment to the chief building official to primarily review if there would be any additional methods that they would ask for in assessing it. So just to give you sort of what that process would be, if the county went out there and looked at it and they saw anything that raised concern, they would ask that the property owner obtain a structural engineer's assessment to determine sort of the integrity of the structure. And in my conversation with the chief building official, the analysis that was done used methodology that he's seen used on numerous other structures, the probing method with the screwdriver. Yep. Because like doing core samples, which I know is suggested in some public comments, it could have the potential of further undermining the integrity of the structure and actually making it less safe than where it may already be.
In response to the county reviewing that engineer's report, have we restricted access in any way? Have we deemed it to be unsafe?
We have not yet at this time, but also that has not been there's been no complaint or anything of that nature. The building officials solely looked at the report in determining whether or not the methodology was sound.
Well, we have a motion, we have a second. You know, my thoughts are, you know, if there is this structural integrity issue for this, you know, I can see how it's a historical building or structure, you know, because it does have that impact on when you're driving down Main Street or walking down Main Street in Mendocino. It is one of those sites that you notice, right? And so it would be, I would think that the best course would be to try to rebuild it in that historical manner that it is currently. I understand that the applicants don't want to do that because of the cost, but at the same time, it is the integrity of the community too. So with that, we have a motion, we have a second, and the motion is to uphold the staff recommendation. All right? Vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Okay, so we have item 4H, which is going to be a long one, so why don't we come back at 1:55. Take a little break.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work,
And
where you
call
live.
the meeting back to order. We're on to agenda item 4H, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to analyze the fiscal and operational impact of the City of Ukiah's proposed change of organization and annexation as discussed at the April 16th, 2025 City Council meeting. And this is an item brought forth by Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my intention today bringing this item forward is for us to have a conversation about what the impact will be if the City of Ukiah's proposed annexation were approved. So the board previously on June 5th, 2024 approved a master tax share agreement, which had been underway for several years, if not decades, if I'm not mistaken, paving the way for such annexations as is being proposed by the Ukiah City Council. On April 16th, 2025, the Ukiah City Council approved direction to staff to start preparing their application for annexation. And on May 5th, 2025, our board formed an ad hoc to work with the CEO through the consultation process as required by the Master Tax Share Agreement with the City of Ukiah. And as I stated, my intention for this is to us to have a conversation about what internally would happen if the annexation were approved, what this would mean for the different departments, and asking staff to prepare an analysis of what the financial impact would be based on the terms of our master tax share agreement. I have asked a couple of other elected officials and department heads to join us today and want to allow some time for them to share their perspectives, but we'll pause there and hear from my colleagues.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's, and like I've said already once today, the Brown Act is a gift and a challenge to elected officials. I served on the most recent tax sharing ad hoc with the County of Mendocino with Supervisor Jurdy, and we spent 22 months meeting with department heads and elected officials about the tax sharing agreement and what it would mean to our agencies if it were to move forward. It was approved by the board on June 5th of 2024. And is my understanding that there is not enough information right now to really have a robust conversation about what the impacts will be. We have a very, I think, vague map from the city of Ukiah from their council meeting that began the initial conversation, and I don't believe the ad hoc has met yet. So I think it's probably, I think, Supervisor Kling, that this conversation could be had through ad hoc meetings with the city of Ukiah, and then if things are not resolved or there needs to be more information, then an item could come back to the board from the ad hoc if the questions are not answered. I mean, I think the public has a lot more questions. I think Board of Supervisors have a lot more questions. I think even city council members have more questions, but the ad hoc will be able to work through some of these conversations with the department heads and the elected officials that, in my opinion, we're not there yet. We don't even know what the exact plans are from the city of Ukiah.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Mulherin, and respect your opinion on this, but let me clarify again, the intention of this is not about any other agency other than our own. So this is about what kind of staff work would have to go into processing this annexation. What would it look like in terms of the financial impact? You mentioned the city of Ukiah doesn't have a finalized map, but they do have a finalized map up now. They shared it about a week or two ago, where folks can go through and look parcel by parcel. The ad hoc has begun its conversations, and this is really a separate conversation from our negotiations with the city of Ukiah. This is something that, quite honestly, I wish had been discussed more by the board when they signed the master tax share agreement, in terms of how much staff time will it take to actually process and implement the master tax share agreement, and what kind of financial analysis can we do to see the impact when we're facing a structural deficit? If we're passing off any amount, $2, $3, $5 million, it's going to have an impact on our budget year after year. So this is partially an initial conversation, and it's also, my hope is to give that direction to staff to go and do some of that work to analyze what the actual dollar amount could potentially be if annexation was approved.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I generally support it. I think it's just more information that will help with policy decisions, and it's better that we get that information sooner, because we may be making decisions that don't align with the revenue in the coming years. How much work will it be to perform this analysis on the revenue side? I'm less concerned about looking at the decrease in liabilities. I'm more concerned about the revenue drop, and I think that's easier to calculate. And is it our staff or is it the elected staff? Do we need a partnership with the assessor and tax collector to pull this off?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Williams, for that question. I have asked the other elected officials, particularly the assessor, clerk recorder, registrar of voters, to come and share what some of the burden might be on her office. I've also invited the Auditor-Controller, treasurer, tax collector. My understanding through initial conversations with both of them in their offices is that there is a demand on their staff time to prepare the roll, to process that, shift it over to the auditor's office, et cetera. And so I cannot speak on their behalf, and that's why I have invited them to participate in this agenda item.
And then last, well, I support it, but I would like to make sure that we still have our books closed and we prepare for the audit in time and we do all the other work that we need to do. I don't want to hear that we delayed our audit because of this additional effort. Have you had any communication about how this would fit in schedule-wise?
No, we have not. I will say part of my intention for having this conversation, right, is if there are any questions that arise from staff or other elected officials, that can be brought to the ad hoc and those questions can be conveyed to the City of Ukiah. For example, the implementation date was a question that we heard from the auditor, and so that's something that we made note of. Okay, we want to make sure that this gets brought up in conversations with the City of Ukiah and make sure we're on the same page. So my intentions today is this is an internal conversation or this agency only. It's not whether the annexation is right for the greater Ukiah area or anything to that nature, or if it's appropriate for the City of Ukiah. No, this is about what does it look like operationally and financially for the County of Mendocino.
Right, I appreciate that. And certainly that's information that we have to have at some point, whether it's we can do it right now. And the other question is, it seems like if the City of Ukiah is pushing this tax sharing agreement, then they should be compensating the county for whatever work we need to do to figure out what the costs are going to be, because we've heard from when Ms. Pierce was the acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and we were talking about this issue when it was before the board, that she couldn't really calculate it because it wasn't something that the computer could do. We didn't have a program for it, so it all had to be hand calculated. And we're talking about thousands of parcels now.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. I don't want to speak on behalf of the auditor, so I would defer to Shamice if she's online to speak on this, but there are challenges with Aumentum. So I do see Shamice is online, if we can maybe let her in. I do want to say, though, from the executive office standpoint, we're willing to help do the analysis once we get all of the parcel lists, the APNs, but I believe all starts with the assessor's office. So we're willing to help with what's needed.
All right. Let's go to Supervisor Klein.
Yes, I would like to invite the assessor up and see if she has comments on this portion, and maybe we can work our way through the process.
Good afternoon. Katrina Bartlome, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters. So for the assessor's office, we need legal descriptions. We can't do anything with parcel numbers. Because parcel numbers change. You may split your property, and so that original parcel number is no longer in service. So in 20 years, when they refer to that original parcel number, it's going to take a lot more digging to find out what that was. So that's one thing that we have always insisted on, and with the help of the GIS administrator, he really keeps things to where we have to have. So a big legal description first. I know that we don't go by the parcel numbers, but I believe that the auditor's office can, but we're totally different. So there is a lot of work involved in this, especially since up in the northern section with Millview Water, it's not all the parcels. If it were all the parcels, as they say with Willow Water, it's a little bit easier, because then we can just take those and basically add them to that area, or that not precinct, but that role type thing. But up where they're not taking all the parcels, and I was in the first meeting too, and they didn't want to take parcels because they were high fire danger, and they didn't want to deal with that, is what they told us. And so we would have to really go through that. They would have to provide that legal description that did not include those parcels they didn't want. So did I answer your question okay?
Yes. Do you have an estimate on how much staff time this could potentially take?
I don't. It wouldn't only be from our department, it would be from the GIS administrator, because he goes through it, like I said, with a fine-tooth comb to make sure everything is perfect. After it goes to that GIS administrator, it comes to our GIS person in our office. They go through it with a fine-tooth comb. They work together to make sure there's no typos. You know, they didn't refer to east and they meant south. You know, that can really mess a lot of things up. So we want it perfect. From there, then we would take it to the elections department, and then we would have to transfer it. That in itself takes a while because we have to make sure everything is correct. We don't want to be in a situation where, again, where parcels were forgotten because we were rushed into something. So it could take several weeks to get this done, to get it checked and everything else. And that's if we're provided with the correct legal description from the start.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Withdrawn.
Well, I had a question about, you talked about the elections, and a lot of people are talking about this. What would be the election process if, say, Ukiah wanted to incorporate the area north of Ukiah? Who gets to vote on that?
My assumption is, and we all know what assumptions are, but my assumption is that it would be those affected parcels in Millview, the affected parcels in Willow, and also the city of Ukiah, because not only are those two areas, north and south, you know, going to be in this, but so is the city of Ukiah residents. So that's my assumption. Until I hear otherwise, that's what I'm thinking of.
Okay. It wouldn't be a county-wide vote since we all might be impacted by budgetary issues.
I don't think it could be a county-wide vote, but it depends on how everything is. I mean, you know, this annexation could affect different areas of the county because, you know, I guess I can't speak for that, but
okay.
It would be those three.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, just in line with that question in terms of an election or even a protest hearing, I just wanted to provide this. We received this email from LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, for those listening online. This morning, they just sent a little information about LAFCO's process. So just really quickly, notice of the protest hearing and a LAFCO protest form will be mailed to all landowners and registered voters in the affected area. Only original signatures dated and submitted on the form between the date of the publication of the protest hearing notice and the conclusion of the protest hearing will be considered in determining the value of protests. After the conclusion of the protest hearing, LAFCO will determine the value of all written protests and the next steps for the proposal, which may be determined approval or approval contingency on an election. So that's not completely descriptive of the process, it's just a piece of it, but I do know LAFCO will be providing a fact sheet and information for folks on their website in terms of the process.
So with the protest vote, that would mean that if over 50% of the people in the affected area
My understanding is it's
no,
the affected area.
Yeah, said no, then it wouldn't go forward.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I can see some merit in waiting on this because the annexation may not pass LAFCO, right? And so we're doing work that ends up being wasted. But the other side of that is people may make some decisions when they're voting based on this analysis, type of analysis. And I can't predict, just the assessor's office, assessors and elections. Is it $1 million task? Doesn't sound like it, but I could see the way it goes with government by the time you hire consultants, right? There's unexpected, there's computer systems, it could add up to $1 million. And I imagine on the tax collector side, there's a large impact. Are we wanting to present that sort of data, whatever the cost may be, to LAFCO in their decision-making process? And then secondarily, the author can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think there might be an impact to the sheriff's department ongoing for dispatch. Are you intending that we look at that as well, the cost analysis?
That wasn't specifically in my line of thinking for today's agenda item. That being said, I'm certainly had already invited the sheriff to participate, and he will, I'm sure, be sharing his comments on what the impact will be. Obviously, we can't direct the sheriff to do anything, and so when I say, direction to staff to prepare an analysis, it's more of executive office time on this.
I'm not suggesting we direct him, but I think we have a good relationship, and if he sees a place the sheriff's office needs some analysis, would you be willing to include it in this item?
Most certainly.
Supervisor Mulherin.
If I may, through the chair, I just want to clarify. I believe that this analysis is before the LAFCO process, but I would defer to the individuals on the LAFCO board to confirm that.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I guess I will. After all, so again, this in my opinion should really all be part of the ad hoc process, because the impact to the loss of revenue is also part of the opposite end with the master tax sharing revenue, and the increase in housing and the increase in economic development is all going to be brought forward in a proposal before it comes to LAFCO. So these conversations will be part of the process before it moves forward to LAFCO, which we have an ad hoc that is going to be working through those, and we'll be able to bring forward so I'll use an example, for instance. If, for instance, the City of Ukiah proposal and the Ukiah Police Department and the Sheriff's Office work together to talk about what the transition looks like, along with the ad hoc, that conversation happens, they're not able to come to an agreement, then we can certainly have that conversation again as a board, but we haven't gotten there yet, in my opinion.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So, no disrespect to the city, I think out of self-interest, they're looking for city interests. That is their job. And I don't think they're looking through the lens of how will this negatively impact the county's ability to sustain operations. So I'm a little bit worried about deferring it to an ad hoc that's two, and I think highly of all my colleagues, but it's 2 rather than 5 on an issue that has differing impacts on the varied districts. And I don't know if that ad hoc is fighting to make sure the county's financial interests are protected, or the motivation is get this deal done and find a compromise. So there's a lot of question marks for me on who's looking out for us.
Well, if I could answer from the agenda item that we passed last meeting, that the city has requested a meeting with the CEO, and the CEO wanted this ad hoc to represent the board. And so that's the kind of the first step in this process. Supervisor Klein.
I do have to disagree with my colleague about the timing of this, because as someone who watched the discussion around the master tax share agreement from the outside, I did not feel there was enough conversation or information at that point in time about the real impact to the county if it were approved. And there will be plenty of time for more detailed financial analysis to be prepared through the process, but this is something that all 5 of us should be aware of what this will look like. And it's not just strictly a part of the consultation process as is determined by the master tax share agreement. And I also want to make sure to have time, because we had started with the assessor, but I want to turn it over when our questions are at least at a good break, to the Auditor-Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and allow her some time to share, because I think a large amount of this burden is on her office.
Okay, if we could just have, before we go to the Auditor-Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So to answer Supervisor Williams' question, as a member of the Fort Bragg City Council, I voted for this because it was my opinion it was a sweet deal for the city. I can tell you that my city manager was nervous that this was going to come back to the county after I left the city and was on this board, because I don't think it was a good deal for the county. So am I looking at protecting the county or getting this deal done? I can promise you that I'm looking to protect the county.
I appreciate that,
Okay.
and I'm sure all 5 of us.
Okay.
Just, before we go to
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
When we go to the treasurer tax collector, can we also focus on Aumentum and the costs involved in whatever work needs to be done in the property tax system relative to the annexation?
Yeah, and I think that's what Supervisor Klein wants to figure out. Okay. Go ahead.
Ms. Cubison, Auditor-Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector, want to allow some time for you to share what this would mean for you and your offices.
Thank you very much, Auditor-Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Shamice Cubison. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the couple of things that we need to be aware of, and I may ask staff, I do have Darlene Betts, my senior auditor accountant that handles property tax in my office is, I believe, out in the general area. But there are some definite concerns, and I think that was expressed when the tax sharing agreement was agreed to previously about being able to implement that. And we have, it's my understanding that Ms. Pierce and staff met with Aumentum a while ago, and then Darlene Betts, as I mentioned, my senior accountant auditor in our office, we met with them again about a week and a half ago. And it's very clear that this is not something that can be configured in the property tax system, and it will need to be monitored, configured, and calculated outside the system on a TRA or tag level basis for the entirety. So that may be 15 to 20 years in terms of the property system. And so there's some good wording, and then there's some very challenging wording in the way that the tax share agreement is written. And so one of the things I did bring up when we had a discussion with the ad hoc the other day is actual definitions. And for instance, the effective date. What does the effective date really mean? And is it the effective date really how we're going to be able to implement it? And those definitions in that tax sharing agreement are not very clear. So we may be asking the board to clarify that in some additional regards. And I don't know how much time you really want to spend, but I would ask Ms. Betts to join if you could let her in so that she could just show you an example of the spreadsheet that that was developed by Aumentum and I think Ms. Pierce in order to try to calculate what the impacts are and adjust the increment factors going forward. So I'd like to invite Darlene if she has been allowed to join.
Sure.
So Darlene, I don't know, is she allowed to share her screen? Is that something possible? And you're muted, Darlene.
All right, good afternoon.
Through the chair, if I may, at the bottom of your screen, there should be a green share button, and that's how you would share your screen.
Thank you. Okay. What you're seeing here is the spreadsheet that was created by Aumentum and Sarah.
Darlene, we see Aumentum, we don't see the spreadsheet.
Okay. Maybe I need to grab it again. Hold on just a moment. Okay, are you seeing that now?
No, we still have Aumentum.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Chair.
It could be when you share. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So we tweaked this a little bit since we worked with it, Sarah. We met with Jennifer and we had updated a couple of the formulas. We plugged in what we are the knowns from last year and try to just trend it by 2%. And this is actual Western Hills annexation and looking at the tags or tag stands for tax authority group, aka tax rate areas. So this is the tag that was annexed, and this is the new tag that was assigned through Board of Equalization. What we did is we start out over here with the prior year tax transfer. This is calculated by looking at the PIN list. Can you see that? The PIN list? No?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Apparently Zoom only gives us one screen. Anyhow, we took the PIN list through the jurisdictional change, figured out the taxable net taxable value, multiplied that by 1%. That's how we came up with the 12,000. Then we move into this cell. This is the 2% trending as assumed. So we take the 2% trending and bring it over here. This is taking the current year value at 2%. This is 2025 estimated, multiplying by the 1% to get the revenue. Same here with the prior year. We're taking prior year, and that comes from our tax roll values by tag report that's posted on our public website. And then we just do some math here to get the straight increment, and then we get the adjusted tax. We get the adjusted increment, which boils down to this is the 2% prior year revenue for the annexation area.
Chair Hester,
What we do is,
I'm getting a little
Go
bit
ahead.
lost.
okay. If it's too much information, I can stop there and just
Yeah.
tell you that this data is pulled out of Aumentum. We let it do the math. We come over here. I'm going to be entering this new ratio calculation in Aumentum at the tag level, and that'll need to be done before I calculate the AB8 factor. We got some data down here that rolls out when we're going to hit the 15%. In this case, it went on for 17 years before we hit 15%, where we would stop.
So Darlene, can you go back up to the top where we see the factors initially? So one of the issues is that what we have figured out is that we're going to need to do one of these spreadsheets for every tax rate area, because the actual ratio is different for every tax rate area in most cases. There are some that will be identical, but not likely. For instance, if we have different water districts, if we have different sanitation, if we have different, for whatever the reason is, and while we may be discussing Ukiah specifically, but because this tax sharing agreement could apply to Fort Bragg or Willits, it's very likely that there will be different ratios in each tag area within the jurisdictional change area. So the way this formula was driven with this if then, 50% of the 2% if less than X amount, and if not, then this. So there's a lot of this if then that the system is not capable of calculating. So what the board needs to understand is that this tax sharing agreement will result in the auditor's office performing this calculation every year and for every tax rate area. And while the Western Hills is just a few, when we start looking at a major jurisdictional change like what City of Ukiah is proposing right now, there could be dozens of these that we have to do just for the current proposed project. So we already know that we have, I don't know how many spreadsheets we have just for the very small Western Hills portion, right? And that is probably not going to be commercially developed, but it may very well be residentially developed, right? So that could, the amount that it could go up quickly as those residential properties are developed, but there's not quite as many implications to that small jurisdictional change that we did for Western Hills. When you're looking at the current proposed one, it's very likely that there's going to be dozens and dozens of TRAs, possibly, because we can't consolidate them into one tax rate area unless all of the factors are the same for that, from the old one to the new one, right? So we will have to ask the BOE for new tax rate areas. They have to agree to give us new ones. And then we will have to perform this calculation. And then after we perform this calculation, we will have to manually force into the system an adjustment to the overall factors. So there's going to be quite a bit of ongoing manual processing to any of these annexation areas. What we did not know when we did the Western Hills was exactly how this was going to be developed in terms of the agreement. And so we did not know at that time to ask for brand new TRAs for everything. And so right now we have one that has, you know, I don't know how many parcels it is out of, is it like 8 parcels out of almost 1,000 that we have to
12.
handle differently because only
Well-
those 8 parcels are involved.
Okay.
So it's very.
I think we're good with that. I think what we're coming away with is it is very complicated. It's going to take a lot of time. And I'm going to take it back to.
So can I just make a suggestion,
Supervisor
Supervisor
Klein.
Chair Haschak, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm guessing that at some point, it may be the board's desire to have a dollar amount of the impact of the jurisdictional change calculated. And so whatever process needs to take place to allow the ad hoc or somebody else to authorize, for instance, can we, or do you want to ask Aumentum to actually calculate that impact for us so that you're not actually asking staff people in the auditor's office like Darlene to take the time and calculate the full impact of the proposed annexation right now of the large Ukiah annexation. So I would like to suggest that while the board may have authorized the CEO's office to have a consultant or an attorney for a couple of meetings, if you do get to the point where you want to try to quantify what the initial impact is of this jurisdictional change, I would recommend that you authorize somehow, I don't know whether City of Ukiah is going to reimburse it, but you authorize the county to contract or increase contracts that are already in place with Aumentum and with HDL in order to try to quantify what the actual impacts will be. Because I do believe if Aumentum is willing, that they could potentially calculate at least this first year impact rather than asking the auditor's office staff to spend many, many hours trying to calculate that. And when we do get to the point, if this project is moved forward, after the assessor's office does what they need to with the legal descriptions and identifying the parcels involved, then the auditor's office has to also calculate the impact or the potential revenue available for negotiation. Even though you have a tax sharing agreement in place, we still have to perform those calculations and issue those notices. So that is something else you may want to consider authorizing an increase to the Aumentum contract for.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cubison. Appreciate your participation in today's meeting and also our previous conversations. I'd like to ask the sheriff if he has input on this agenda item.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschak, members of the board, Sheriff Matt Kendall. Just a few things we have to look at that I'm not sure that the city has looked into these things. I appreciate Supervisor Williams's approach that we need to walk into this with eyes wide open, but we have to remember, you know, some decisions are being made by those who are benefiting from it. But truly the decisions have to be made by those who are going to be impacted by it, who have to suffer the consequences. And any hit to our budget at this point is going to be a hit across the entire county. It will affect from the 1st to the 5th district. Supervisor Williams worked very, very hard with us several years ago to make sure that we were able to get a resident on the South Coast. And if we don't have the funding to keep him there, then the 5th district will suffer. But we've also run into these other questions. Who is going to handle the cold case homicides that are inside of those areas? Last night there was a vehicle pursuit that the police department was engaged in, and it took them out to Redwood Valley and Tomkai. There were no good radio communications because they don't have repeater systems and whatnot up out there. They've got to use our systems. This begs the question that we've looked at previously, and I think that we need to continue looking at, of the JPA for a dispatch. But what's that going to cost to get it across the boards? There's also all of these other questions that come into play. How much can the city take on as far as policing if they triple the size of the city in one fatal swoop? I'm not against annexation. I'm not. but it has to be in, you got to take off bites that you can chew. And currently what I'm looking at, I don't think that it's going to be successful. And at that point in time, then who's truly going to suffer from this is going to be the residents. And so are we looking at this, are we walking into it like Supervisor Williams wants to, with eyes wide open and saying, let's make sure that we can do it and do it right? And then Supervisor Klein, your thought process behind finding out how much of an impact is this to the county? We're really going to have to look at that. Just listening to the Treasurer, Tax Collector, Auditor-Controller, listening to Ms. Pierce, I think that we're going to have some impacts that we can't even dream of yet. And those are the things that are going to cause the public to suffer, because when we remove our focus from the jobs that we need to be doing every day, then what happens? And so I do have some pretty big concerns about it. The other thing is we've had a lot of different types of calls for service that the Sheriff's Office normally deals with because we are engaged in those types of things. The Sheriff's Office has a robust homicide detective group because we do have a lot of homicides. The city has worked a couple of homicides, one with our help, one without, recently, because they just don't have a lot of homicides. There's going to be impacts in there that they need to look at as well. So as we go down this road, I'm hopeful that we can come up with some type of an agreement that everybody gets to win from. But what I'm looking at right now, and honestly, I'm basing a lot of this on the map and not a lot of information so far. It doesn't look like a win-win. It looks like a lose-lose.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, that was my concern. That I'm not against the idea of annexation,
Yeah.
and I think there are examples where it's a win for both sides.
Yes.
When I saw this map and started thinking about it, I came to the conclusion that the county's definitely losing. Maybe the city isn't winning either. What analysis do you see us asking for now that may help clarify what the impact will be?
Staffing analysis, calls for service, communications, analysis on, basically, there's a difference between deputy response times and police department's response times. The police department, sometimes they think that 6 minutes is a long response time. 17 is kind of that golden number for me, somewhere between 12 and 17. I love it when I can have a 12 to 17 minute response time. These are going to have some effects on the way that they run their office, or their department. We're going to have to work with Chief Corning on these things to figure out. And then communications. We've got to look at communications as well, because without repeater sites, without things like that we have in place, how are we going to work through this? And do we go into a JPA for dispatching? Because that could solve some of the problems, but where do we get the funding to do it?
Yeah. How do we ask to work with you on that analysis? Do you have the resources in the office to do it? No. You need somebody
Today,
else
I
to
don't.
do that.
Yeah.
What do you think that would cost, or how have you seen this as an example somewhere else? Can we borrow a best practice for doing the analysis?
I believe that the most recent now I take that back. I have a couple of examples where cities have stood up police departments and whatnot into areas where the sheriff's office had been responsible for it. Citrus Heights over near Sacramento stood up a police department, I think 12, 15 years ago. And even with the absolute best of the best that they had working on it, there were some unforeseen challenges that popped up because of geography, because of topography, because of what the residents expected of them. There was an expectation that things would, go a certain direction, but there wasn't the funding to make it go that way. And so that's the big concern for me as well, is that sometimes there are people who have expectations of what things will look like when they change. And maybe in 15 years they can look that way, but it's not the way that it looks when you first walk through the door. So I think it's one of these things where we need to look at the annexation. I believe that, if you don't have growth, you have death. I absolutely agree with that. But let's make it reasonable and something that'll work for everyone, and not only the ones who are going to reap the benefits, but the ones who have to suffer the consequences. And it's almost like one of those things where when everybody walks away from the table upset, you've probably got a pretty good deal, So I do have a lot of concerns, and I don't know. I'll do a little research. I'll put my ear to the ground, and I'll speak with some sheriffs who have had annexation and things like that occur. The issue for me is a lot of these annexations and whatnot have occurred in some pretty affluent areas as well. That does not describe us.
Right.
Any other questions for me?
I don't think so. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Ms. Pierce.
If I may, through the chair, I did just want to kind of give a update that we did receive the initial, I think, Excel file today that lists close to 2,600 APNs is what looks like it's going to be potentially affected. I know that's not the legal description, but we are starting to have communication with the city.
Supervisor Williams.
So I'm going to vote yes on this item, but I'm not really sure what to expect back, because I don't think the assessor, tax collector, or sheriff have the resources in their office to do their part of it. Not a criticism, it's just we would need to provide that. We're broke. The idea of going to the city and asking them to pay for it, I don't think that's going to happen. So what's the game plan? What do you expect back when we pass this, give it to staff? We're going to be asking Darcy or Sarah next meeting for follow-up. Have we executed it yet? What do we expect?
A question.
Well, I guess it's a question for both staff and for the author.
If I may, through the chair, we currently do not have the resources. I mean, we're willing to work with the elected offices to try to come up with some analysis, but all of the offices are short-staffed and do not have the resources.
What do I do in that? I think this is a really good idea. I believe it should happen, but I don't believe we have the resources to carry it out. I'm going to vote for it, but should I expect nothing will come back?
I mean, we can begin initial conversations and see some of the information that we can get, but I don't know how in-depth it will be.
If we round it, does that help? I mean, to the nearest million for each office? That's really what I'm looking for, more like a physicist's answer.
If I may, through the chair, we can do some of the analysis with, say, sales tax, because HDL can give us some of that information. As the auditor had explained, Aumentum may be able to, but there's going to be a financial impact to that. And with the assessor, as she stated, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, there will be financial impacts on trying to calculate the impact itself.
Okay, and for the author of the item, what do you expect?
My expectation is that we have a preliminary conversation about how much this is going to cost us. And we should be walking into this with our eyes wide open. And I don't expect such a level of detail from staff, right, to have contracts ready to go, nothing like that. And that's why we're beginning this early in the process, right? So we can understand what potential outside assistance might be needed and what the dollar amount might look like in relation to that.
If I may, through the chair, I mean, I know there's other departments that may be impacted. What is planning and buildings impact on zoning or, codes? What is animal control or ag? So we can work with the departments, but all departments are short-staffed and resources are limited.
I do believe we have the ag commissioner online. If it'd be possible to promote her to a panelist so she can share some brief comments.
There we go. Hi, sorry I can't be with you. I'm at a commissioner's conference right now. Following all this discussion, I appreciate this opportunity to comment. For agriculture and weights and measures, we will retain oversight in the annexed areas because our authority for the enforcement is countywide and it wouldn't be affected by whether you're in the city or unincorporated. So our revenue would not really be impacted, but it could impact agriculture in other ways than just the enforcement authority. Again, we would, farmers in the next area could face new city zoning or tax changes. Again, not so much an issue for us in our enforcement, but it would be a concern, especially I would urge the board to consider prioritizing agricultural preservation and we want to ensure that the revenue shifts don't undermine county services. It's hard to know. It does look like a big change for the size of the city of Ukiah. I'd like to be involved more and do a little more research. This was just, real basic on not even knowing exactly where the areas of change would be. But it certainly could affect zoning and Perhaps, I'm not sure the effect if you're in Williamson Act or not. I need to do a little more research on that. But I would be concerned about the farmland conversion, especially if it reduced the farming capacity or there were more other pressure, zoning pressures or long-term impact pressures. I take any questions if you have them. Again, there's a lot to this and we're just trying to get our arms around it. That's the main things I'd want to add, and also concerns for our cannabis growers that they might have other regulations and additional zoning, and perhaps some of the water issues could really be an issue too. Thank you. Take any questions you have.
Yeah, just a question is, what I'm hearing is that with this annexation, your responsibilities wouldn't be diminished in any way.
No.
And the revenues would be the same. From
yes,
what,
the basic ones we have, yes.
Right. It's just overall county revenues would be diminished.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
So I believe my ask in this item, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, right? We're kind of looking at this. How many departments are going to be impacted? What kind of costs could be incurred with the use of outside consultants to assist with this work? So my ask would be that we approve some initial direction to staff to start this initial analysis to be brought back for further consideration.
If I may, through the chair, the executive office can reach out to departments to see what their initial impacts are. If there is a need, there's limited one-time funds that are still available through PG&E that could be utilized. But at the same time, when we bring it back, we would also need the board to help prioritize what the department's priorities are, because that could be an impact as well.
Supervisor Williams.
Who pays for this effort? Is it the more we talk about it, it's been really helpful. I think it's appropriate to ask the city. This is their deal, just the actual cost recovery. And I don't know what the cost recovery will be, right? We'll have to see what the tax collector and the sheriff and the assessor, how much staff they have to put towards it and how many outside consultants. It could be a big number, it could be really small, but I don't think that can be on the county to pay. We can't even pay our current obligations.
Well, I was just going to say that, Supervisor Williams, because you said that the city of Ukiah wouldn't pay, but I think that I agree with you now that, if they're expecting this benefit, and I think it will be a benefit to the city, that they should be paying, because we don't have the resources right now, and if we have to go out to Aumentum or whatever to figure some of this stuff out, I think that the cost should be on them.
Yeah, no, we're like a ship that's, taking on water, and here we're going to go blow a big hole in the bottom. That's what it feels like.
Well, that was the tax sharing agreement.
Well, the tax sharing, you voted in the right direction, apparently. I think that I want to go back to the annexation. The concept of annexation is not bad. There are people who will be better served by the city. They're on the edge. They're residential. Basically it looks like a city block. There's people who arguably should be in the city, that's right. But this proposal has such unknown impacts on the county organization. I mean, we can't even fund doing the analysis to see how it will affect us, to know what arguments we should make going into it.
And one thing I would like to have looked at too is this whole thing about the balanced. And I know that in the tax sharing agreement, it's supposed to be a balanced approach. And there's kind of question about whether that's geographical or, revenue and cost. And I think that we need to look at that. Is it going to be, and I'm looking at the revenue and cost to make sure that those are balanced.
Yeah, I believe that would be under the purview of the ad hoc in their negotiations and in coordination with the CEO. So I appreciate that point, and I think that's under that scope. But to your point about what the real cost is to the county, we don't have that number. So how can we make an informed decision on whether it's balanced if we don't even know the real impact to the county? And that's the intention of this item, is to prepare that analysis.
Yeah. Why don't we go to public comment? Are you done? Okay. Any public comment in the chambers?
Deep Allison, District 5 in Ukiah. This doesn't affect me, so I don't feel like I don't have a dog in the fight because of where I live, except for that the effect that it could have on the countywide. I just want to thank Supervisor Klein for bringing this forward. I think it's important that we are having this conversation, even if we don't have all the answers, because unfortunately, when we don't talk about it, the public thinks we're not paying attention. You think you're not paying attention. So I almost think it should be a standing agenda item until it's over, so that the public knows what you're doing, what you're thinking, how you feel about it. I think it's really important, and that's just my opinion. I just want to thank Supervisor Klein. Even if the timing isn't perfect, we do need to be having these conversations. So thanks.
Seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, back to the board. Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I just, again, I think that the ad hoc really has some leeway to get into these things with staff, with the city. I don't see that being a separate issue. I really think that the cost that it's going to cost the county, I think that these are all issues that the ad hoc I support them taking them up and figuring it out and doing the research. I don't think it needs to be a separate issue. And as far as reporting out, certainly during Supervisor's Report, you could report out as an ad hoc what you're working on. I mean, I think the pathway is there, and I want the ad hoc to know that they have, in my opinion, a lot of leeway to go ahead and just start figuring this stuff out. And that's just one supervisor saying that. Also, because I worked on the tax sharing agreement for a very long time, I had some of these conversations already, so I'm a little bit confused, and maybe I need to seek direction from County Council about how to share the information that I have with the ad hoc, or what that looks like. I don't really understand that process. But also today we approved a contract with John Bacher from Redwood Public Law, and I think that John is incredibly unbiased. If you watch that June 5th meeting, John did, I think, a service to the county through the entire ad hoc experience, just really making sure that we were coming up with a fair, reasonable deal. Again, I understand that the cost to the county, the potential expenses for both the city and the county. In my opinion, these are just all things that the ad hoc can analyze and bring back. And Supervisor Williams said something about whether it's a better deal for the city or the county, and I think that just all across the board, we need to be looking at what's the better deal for the constituents. We're here to serve all of them, whether we're a city member or a county member. That's why we are in these positions.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So I agree with Supervisor Mulhern that a lot of this is under the purview, or could be under the purview, of the ad hoc. But a lot of what I heard when this happened and since is that these are the discussions that should have happened before the decision was made by the board. So I think what we're doing here with approval of this is sending a message to the county constituents that yes, albeit late, we are doing it now, and it's something that needs to be done. So I have zero issue with it. I appreciate Supervisor Klein bringing this forward, and I will move the recommended motion.
Right, is there a second?
A second with a question.
Go ahead.
Is it possible, as the county does the analysis, if the process is moving too quickly, we can't get our work done in time because we can't afford it, we don't have the resources, do we have the ability to slow the process down? Could we suspend the tax sharing until we do the analysis? County Council.
Charlotte Scott, County Council. We're undertaking the initial process that's outlined in the agreement, which is the initial meeting. To the extent there needs to be some discussion of
the tax sharing agreement itself, there are other, that is outlined in the agreement, but I think what I would recommend is, we're hearing from you that interest in exploring that. Certainly conversations can be had, but there is an agreement in place, and we have to sort of follow the processes of that agreement. But we will advocate for the county as to any issues that need to be explored.
That's helpful, but slightly different question. Does this current board have the ability to suspend that agreement?
So it is an agreement. There is a process for terminating the agreement. I think I would recommend having, you have created an ad hoc that is going to undertake the initial meeting and explore the county's options and undertake conversations with the city and other parties. I would defer to that ad hoc in terms of that process. If there is an issue that is identified, I'm sure staff is hearing that it should be brought to the board, or there's some analysis that is needed. I certainly will be involved, and although we have an outside consultant who worked with the county through this process, not myself personally, I will be involved on every step of the way to ensure that I have eyes on behalf of the county and can help bring back any issues to the board.
So still slightly different. It's a great answer, it's just not responsive. Is it possible for you to tell the board whether we have the ability to suspend the agreement? And I'm not suggesting we do it now, but I would like to know, do we have the leverage that if we find we're paying for an analysis that we can't afford and the process is moving ahead of us, do we have the ability to halt? That's what the public wants to know.
There is a process for termination of the agreement. It is not as you are describing.
Okay.
And I would have to look at it more closely, but it is not based on the factors you're raising, but this is a conversation. There's a meeting to be had through that agreement. We haven't even had that initial meeting.
And the maker of the motion, and was it Klein? Who was it? No, Norvell. Would you agree to have that come back as part of this to inform the board of its options? Not that we want to exercise any, but just so we have awareness.
Yeah, it's information. Absolutely.
And I think that I was reading about this, the termination clause is you got to give 5 years notice.
Well, what I'm hearing is it'll take us 5 years to do the analysis, so we're good.
Right. Okay, Supervisor Klein.
To Supervisor Williams' point about timing, part of the intention behind bringing this forward, first of all, I prepared this item before our ad hoc was even on the agenda or approved, so that's part of why it was already in motion. And secondarily, the city has quite an expedited timeline in terms of when they would like to see this happen. The date I have mentioned in this item of April, I believe 16th, is their approval for the city to prepare the application. I have heard from city representatives that they're interested in having the application come to City Council in July. That would be forwarded to LAFCO. LAFCO has 30 days to tell them if the application is complete. And then from that, LAFCO has time to do their analysis, and the city would like to have this heard in the fall by LAFCO. So this is a very quick timeline, and this is all, of course, subject to change. I'm sure there are plenty of things that could get snared up in the process, but that's fast. That's very rapid, and I want to make sure that the county is fully aware of what this looks like if it's approved.
Supervisor Norvell. Okay, and just going back to what Supervisor Mulherin said, that she has worked on this for several years in the ad hoc. And so what would be the process, since we have this ad hoc composed of different people, and issues might be coming up that her knowledge might be useful?
Charlotte Scott, County Council. I think I really appreciate that Supervisor Mulherin is being mindful of the Brown Act, and I think erring on the side of not communicating with anyone on the ad hoc is what I would continue to recommend. I think there is what I would say is all the other players other than the new members of the ad hoc have participated through the process. You have some institutional knowledge through entering an agreement with a a contractor who guided the county through the process before as well. If there is information that the Supervisor Mulhern would like to share with the full board, I can work with her to figure out if we need to agendize an item for a public meeting to allow that information to be shared. I'm not hearing of any significant confidential issues. It is more a matter of following the Brown Act, and so I think if information needs to be shared, we can make sure that I will work with her to figure out if an item needs to be calendared for a future meeting to be able to share that.
Okay, thank you. And just a question about the ad hoc and their role in what's going on. I think that the ad hoc can work with staff in getting this financial and operational impact reports and really kind of make sure that the ad hoc is getting the information that you think the board needs. So that's why I'm supportive of this motion. Right, any further comment? Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right, very good. Moving on to item 4I, Chief Executive Officer's report.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, County Counsel Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. So the full CEO report is attached. I'm going to just highlight a few items. One, the Economic Office, or Executive Office Economic Development. Division staff is holding a meeting series by industry sector within Mendocino County to foster collaboration and create actionable goals for industry economic stability, sustainability, and advancement. So the next meeting in this series is focused on home hardening and fire-safe construction industries. It'll be held on Wednesday, tomorrow, May 21st, from 1:30 to 4 at the County Administrative Building, Conference Room C, 501 Low Gap. The next thing I'd like to highlight is fleet and facilities and the Bower Park improvements. The Mendocino County Planning Commission approved the coastal development use permit with the recommended conditions of approval for the Bower Park improvement project, clearing the way for staff to issue the project plans for bids to be received by June 5th. And then the next item is related to human resources and the Civil Service Commission. So the Human Resources Department is pleased to announce the appointment of a new Civil Service Commissioner for District 4. Commissioner Tina Rose was officially appointed by the Board of Supervisors on February 25th, 2025. So thank you to all those filling these critical positions. And then lastly, we would just like to call out that in public health, it's May 6th through May 12th is National Nurses Week. May is National Nurses Month. Public health in the county proudly honors nurses in Mendocino County and across the nation, recognizing their unwavering effort, dedication, and daily sacrifices. Nurses are vital members of the healthcare workforce, providing compassionate care through every stage of life and supporting individuals. So the rest of the CEO report will submit as posted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any comments on the CEO report? Okay, any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, online?
Seeing none.
Okay, accept that report. Moving on to item 4J, it's been withdrawn. So item 4K, Supervisors Reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. I have nothing to report.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I submitted, sorry. I'm so sorry. I submitted to you all the, you have to go to somebody else.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to note that I think there's a life cycle of a county supervisor. At first, you think going to committee meetings, you're going to get something done. And then you think going to the sort of CSAC and RCRCs, you're going to learn a lot, and you do learn and you make connections. But as you just talk to people in your community, and maybe the 5th District is more vocal, I get a lot of calls. You start putting together that structurally, what the state is set up, where our county is dependent on capped property tax. In the state that has the highest marginal tax rate, income tax rate in the nation, this is not a broke state. This is structured so that rural, no-growth counties are on the losing end. The problems my constituents want solved, we can't solve. We're broke. Next year, we're going to be broke. 5 years out, we're going to be in even worse shape. I think the county needs to begin leading a discussion about the next wave of realignment, right? I mean, that's realignment came about because Prop 13 created a dynamic where counties couldn't survive. And the state couldn't carry out its services, so it stuck the counties with it and said, hey, we can't pay for it. You do it. You can do it better local. Here's some pennies to carry it out, right? We're on the losing end of that also. The state's got to come through with a financial package for counties like ours to survive. I think we have at least 4 pretty decent county supervisors sitting here, 4 of you. And I think we have a good staff and we have good public participation. I think we have good department heads. The problem is not the people. You could plug different people into all of these roles. The problem is structural. The state has set up a public finance model for counties that just doesn't work for us and probably doesn't work for a lot of other no-growth rural counties. I hope there's a way for us to begin working on that problem. I think that's what the people want us to do. There's no reason to bicker and fight between us and between our staff on issues that are the result of being so underfunded. I know I can't turn this into a discussion, but I want to put it out there that I think it's probably the most important thing we do is begin taking a stand on the structural nature of county finance.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. And I'll just say that I would work with you on that and taking it to our legislators, or you could take it to the General Government Committee and we could work it through the ledge platform.
I would be honored to work with you.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. I've been watching the governor's May revision. The state budget is certainly not in a good position. Kind of piggybacking off of Supervisor Williams' comments is that we're kind of in this pyramid scheme of money and how the state budgets, and it's just it's not a positive thing for us to see the state struggling, because we're already struggling, so it's just a signal of bad things ahead for us. I had the opportunity to tour a natural gas safety training facility over in Winters. That was really an interesting tour, which kind of sparked my interest in what kind of work we're doing here for economic development and training for folks to have some workforce development opportunities. I attended the Tobacco Prevention Coalition meeting that's hosted out of public health with some stakeholders, and would encourage my colleagues to pop in there and see what's happening when you have an opportunity. And then last night I co-hosted a fire safety town hall with UC Cooperative Extension, Mendocino County Fire Safe Council, and the Mendocino unit of CAL FIRE.
And how was that attended?
It had really positive attendance. I think we had about 80 people there.
Oh, awesome. Okay, very good. So on June 3rd and June 4th, Supervisor Mulheron. No, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for your patience. I submitted in writing the CSAC update, so you all have received that. It's also part of the record. I attended the 3rd annual Day of Providers, which is a way to bring transitional youth and public safety and elected officials together to make them feel more comfortable and working together. It's a little barbecue at the end of the year, and a really beautiful opportunity for folks that have different developmental disabilities to be able to interact with law enforcement in a friendly environment. So I thank William Feather for putting on that event each year. I also attended the school's rule presentation, and I just wanted to say, I really appreciate Nicole Glenser, our superintendent of schools for Mendocino County Office of Education, thinking outside of the box, and they have created a way for individuals to contribute to schools all throughout the county by using a program called Schools Rules, so that schools can help fund field trips and different things that students need that may not be supported by the demands of either federal or state education requirements. So I really appreciate thinking outside of the box if we're talking about funding in ways that we can all support each other. Also attended the VFW breakfast with my family and got to attend a radiation tabletop exercise at Public Health that was sort of a roundtable conversation if there were to be a radiation or other type of spill at the Ukiah airport, what the process for that emergency operation would look like. So that was a really interesting thing to participate in.
Right, very good. I attended a couple of those, the Day of the Provider and the school rules at MCOE. On June 3rd and June 4th, we're going to have the budget hearings. And so I'm asking that the assessor and clerk of the elections, the auditor-controller, treasurer, tax collector, and the sheriff's office present their budgets and explain which services will be impacted by reduction of your net county cost. Okay, and we're going to also have presentations on the executive office side from the Office of Emergency Services, Human Resources, and Animal Care. Okay, I attended the Laytonville Family Resource Center, which was an awesome event for such a small town, that they got people from all the public health, social services, a lot of county people were there, fire departments, fire safe communities, just friends of the library. Is wonderful event. The Brook Trails BRIC grant, the Building Resilience, Infrastructure and Communities, which was eliminated by the federal government at the FEMA website. There's Assembly Joint Resolution 11 going through our state legislature to urge the President and Congress to immediately restore full funding for the BRIC program, and it passed the first committee meeting on May 12th. In Sonoma Clean Power, we're looking at a feasibility study for including Lake County. Right now, Sonoma Clean Power is Mendocino County and Sonoma County without Healdsburg and Ukiah, since they have their own municipal power sources. Nuestra Alianza in Willits had a successful fundraiser community event. They have provided many services in the Willits area, especially during COVID and public health. They're a good partner for our public health department. And I heard from our director of social services that going through the Ag Committee in Congress, there's significant cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP, or called in California CalFresh. And those cuts could eliminate $300 billion from the supplemental, the SNAP program. And then lastly, this has an impact on food sources and our food banks in the county. And I've heard that in Fort Bragg that they've had to eliminate a couple positions because of cuts from the federal budget cuts, and these are affecting the county's most vulnerable people. And so when we come up and look at our budget, in June, we've got to think about, it's not just the county budget that's going to affect people, but also the cuts at the state level and the federal cuts. So we're one piece of the puzzle, but it's an important piece that we play in a lot of people's lives. And that's it for my report. Okay, so at 3:12, we will adjourn the meeting.